we're on YouTube for the very first time. My channel don't have a whole bunch of subscribers. I really don't even mess with it like that. But I did want to, since StreamYard, you can have like I think I have the plan where you can have like three channels that you can stream to at the same time for this one. I think you can do up to 5. And I think I have it set for 3. And since Periscope is down, I just went ahead and said, well, stream it to the YouTube channel and see what happens. Yeah, see what happens. Okay, let me set this up so I can see who all's in the mix. Peace, family. Everyone joining us. We're just getting started, getting loose, getting set up. Still waiting on a couple people, but I think we can kind of flow. We got a good variety of opinions on COVID and natural health and anything right here off the gate. Right, so I think we can have a pretty good discussion. The only thing that might prevent us from having a flawless night is Ketwa's signal. We don't want no Teddy Riley.
Either he's really good at staying still, or there's something wrong with the signal.
I know.
Catwise, you got the knowledge, man. You can't be freezing. You and Melita got the juice. You know, what up, Richard? Peace. Hardy, can you check? Can you go to the YouTube? Oh, you on it now? How we look? We look clear? Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so we're on the YouTube. So let's jump into it. While Catwise is working his signal out. Hopefully by the time we finish kind of going around the horn, hopefully he'll be good to go. Hopefully. What's over here? Okay, cool. All right. Oh, he has a different one? There we go. He goes.
Something happened. I don't know.
Something happened?
It kicked me off. And okay, all right. Here we see.
Here we go.
Oh, man, but you came back in HD, bro.
Right. Yeah, he ain't playing with that.
Okay.
He elevated on us. He
bounced back.
Peace, Crystal. What's going on? So if y'all want to, you can share this on your platforms, of course. Share it out. So people can tune in. And we're gonna have a pretty good discussion here on natural health, holistic health, relative to COVID-19. But I'm gonna start off by letting y'all introduce yourselves and kind of give an update real quick on how you're doing. You know, kind of get the flow. Ladies first, Sister Melita.
Oh, and now what am I saying?
We're just like introduction.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
All right, just wanted to make sure. Well, Melita Peterson. I'm originally from Florence, South Carolina. I came to Charlotte 1994. Started at Johnson C. Smith. Did we meet at Smith? No, we met at Winthrop.
Winthrop, yeah.
Yeah, Winthrop. I majored in music there. And then I transferred to Winthrop University. I can't remember exactly what year that was. And I came out with a degree in music, saxophone major, play saxophone professionally, and a minor in religion and philosophy. And that's kind of one of the first places that I got more interested in health and things like that when I started reading about philosophy. You know, I think philosophy is so huge because it teaches you to think and question everything. And I can't say that I did that, before that point and before that class.
Got you.
So it was very key in me understanding, thinking, but that's a little small history. We'll go over more as we get started.
As soon as we get loose in that realm, we're gonna unleash you and Brother Kip.
The basics.
Sister Tamaria, what's going on?
How you doing? I'm doing good. Tamara. That's
there we
right.
go. That spelling always throws me off.
Let them know.
Hi everybody. Tamara Warren. I live in Columbia, South Carolina, but I'm originally from Detroit, and I moved down here to do environmental work at Fort Jackson. But I'm now at University of South Carolina as a director and faculty within one of our schools of the Earth, Ocean, Environment at the University of South Carolina. So glad to be on board with everybody. Looking forward to a good conversation.
Word. Glad you're here.
I go next. Peace to the planet. Troy Vieg, dedicated man, husband, father, a writer, as well as a finance guy. I'm really happy to be part of the conversation, looking to learn a lot.
Word. Appreciate you being here, Big, as usual.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. We'll let Brother Ket go last because him and Lita got the juice.
Yes, sir. What's
Go
going
ahead, Howard.
on? What's going on, people? Brother Chris Howard here, University of South Carolina. So, yes, Miss Warren, I appreciate you. That's my school, my alma mater.
Okay.
I'm about to say, man, Troy took my whole resume. You know, father, finance man. But hey, just looking to have some good conversation and get some information.
Say word. Appreciate you, Chris.
All right,
Brother
peace,
Ket Waz.
y'all. Yeah, so peace, y'all. Greetings, everybody. My name's Kent West Hotel, owner of Sacred Roots in Charleston, South Carolina. My whole thing is just about educating the community, getting us on the right track when it comes to this health thing. You know, we love us from God, and we love us everything. So we're spiritual people by far, but you know, we gotta learn how to balance this thing out, bridge the gap when it comes to our health. So I just want to, you know, do my best in filling that void and then just educating the community when it comes to health. So, you know, I'm a student of Baba Laila Africa. You know, praise be upon him. And I'm just here to, you know, carry the torch and, you know, hope that I can do my best, or not even hope, just do my best when it comes to educating the community, you know, and just play my part, you know. That's it, man, you know.
Word. Appreciate you being here, man.
Likewise, appreciate you having me, man.
Yes, sir. So we're going to jump right into it. First, we appreciate everybody who's tuning in. You don't have to spend your time listening to us yip yap, but you decided to pull through, get some information. We appreciate y'all coming through and taking the time with us. We're going to yip yap a little bit. We'll talk about all things COVID-19 related, relative to natural health, holistic health, things you can do to protect yourself and your family, especially if you're a person that you don't really want to mess with the vaccination. You're a little unsure about it. You don't want to deal with that part. You want to know what your options are as far as other ways you can deal with that. We have people who definitely are seasoned to answer that question, and we're gonna jump right into it. So again, appreciate y'all coming out. Now, very quickly, we all know we're in a pandemic. We've been in a pandemic, a shutdown at least since March 2020, when a lot of things started to shut down. And so here we are. It's August 2021. The COVID-19 has developed into, or has mutated into different variants. They stopped using areas like, was it Wuhan in China?
Yeah.
Wuhan, South Africa, and so they stopped using all that, and they started using the Greek alphabet. So now it's Delta, Lambda, stuff like that. And so we have the Delta variant that has come out since the virus has mutated, and we've seen at least 1.8% of those infected with COVID-19, 1.8% develop severe COVID-19 illness, which would require hospitalization and unfortunately, in some cases, result in death. And so we've seen a lot of those cases rise up recently, and it's been that case been that way for about a year now. So there's all type of questions going on. What do I do? The vaccination was a process. There's questions about the type of vaccination that it is and the speed by which they came out with it. People are labeling that vaccination. There's 3 types of labels a vaccination can get: simple, complex, and unprecedented. This is unprecedented, meaning that it's never been developed for this particular case before. And so this is why you have no long-term studies on this particular one specifically. But people have questions, and there's mandates now. And if you don't get it, you're fired. And people are calling that coercion. And all type of different things are happening. And we have these new stats coming out where they're showing us so many unvaccinated people are being hospitalized versus vaccinated folks. Even though the CDC stopped reporting, this is important. The CDC stopped reporting how many people who are vaccinated are getting infected. They don't report that anymore. They only report if vaccinated people are being hospitalized and or dying from COVID-19. So we're not even getting proper numbers anymore. But a lot of things are happening. Melita, Ketwas, people, I think people want to know right off the bat how to deal with COVID-19 from a natural health standpoint. We'll get to vaccines in a minute, but just from a natural standpoint, if someone gets COVID-19, I guess, should I bring up the underlying conditions, or I should just ask right off the bat, just if you just get COVID-19, how you want to deal with that? If your children get COVID-19,
that's a good. If you get
okay, good start. Okay,
yeah, he can't just start. He can start on that because I think I'm gonna bring that twist that we talked about earlier. But I'll let him. You know, he has his own story.
There we go. So, Brother Ket, people get COVID-19.
What should they do if they get? How do they treat it?
Yeah. What should they do if they get it from a natural, holistic standpoint?
Well, you know, I mean, there's so many factors to what they should do if they get it. But first thing first, you know, you want to don't panic. You know what I mean? Why? Because stress also weakens the immune system. And so you see a lot of almost like fear mongering going on just in social media, whatnot. Not saying that it's not serious, just saying that you shouldn't fear because that's going to release a form of hormone, what they call corticosteroid. And what this does, it will block the immune system from creating antibodies or antigens. So stress and fear alone could also make conditions worse as well. So I definitely would remain calm, right? Second thing I would do, if I had the choice, if I, you know, was to give somebody, I would.
Well, hold on, Brother Ket. Before you go there, let me add to what you're saying about the mind real quick. The CDC released a report that says the strongest risk factors leading to death. So if you have COVID-19, and he said these risk factors will add to it and cause you to die the quickest. 3 of them. It was obesity, one was diabetes with complications, but the second one, I gave it kind of out of order, but the second one was anxiety and fear disorders. Anxiety and fear disorders were one of the leading risk factors for people who have COVID-19 leading leads to death. Just want to put that in there. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. So that, I mean, yeah, that's I could see that happening. Like I was just explaining that particular hormone, corticosteroid, will inhibit your immune system from functioning correctly. You know, so stress can't kill you. We say it, but we might not know the science on why or how it does, but it can, right? Now to mention about people with what you say, hypertension and obesity. You know, if you obesity, you probably got hypertension anyway. But one of the let's say the common things or common medications that people use when they have hypertension, anxiety, asthma, kidney issues, all of these issues, they're taking medications that have what we call ACE, right? ACE2, or where they break it down, they call it angiotensin converting enzyme. Okay, and you can look this up. Don't believe me, right? But what it does, all the medications have this particular what we're going to shorten it up. We're just going to call it ACE2, right? But this is an inhibitor, right? And it's a protein, right? Anytime you hear enzyme, just think protein, right? So it could be released in your muscles, it could be in your heart, it could be the ACE could be in your lungs. But more particularly, we're going to talk about the lungs, all right? So people who go in there with hypertension, right, are at risk more, they say, right, according to your stats just now, because of the medication having more ACE, right, ACE2. So this particular virus actually loves ACE2, right? So it actually attaches to the ACE, right? So there's these the corona, they call it corona because it has these spikes like this or envelope or this spike protein around it. Okay, so these spikes are able to latch on to the ACE, all right? ACE, just for anybody who probably can't hear me correctly, right? And so it attaches to the ACE2s within your lungs. Could be heart, could be anywhere, right? But we talking about the lungs. And so when it's attached to it, this is what making it harder for individuals to breathe and catch their breath because this corona is actually attaching to this ACE within your lungs, right? And so is actually coming from the medications that they're taking. Now, I ain't a doctor, so I ain't gonna tell you don't take your medicine no more, right? I'm not gonna say that, but I'm just saying if you really look into these medications that people are taking for high blood pressure, that they're taking for asthma, even if you take the pump, right? Heart medicines, diabetes, right? All of these medications, and you said obesity. Like we said, if you're obese, you probably got high blood pressure, high cholesterol, all that anyway. So you probably already taking these different medications, all right? But it has the ACE in it. So the more ACE you have, the more that this virus is actually able to attach itself to. You see, so I'm not saying I'll take your medicine, but I'm just saying that if you have, like, say, hypertension, there are easier ways to get off of these type of medications, like by simply just changing your diet. You know what I mean? Like, high blood pressure is not something that you should be taking for months and years. High blood pressure medicine, that is like that's just being undisciplined. Where it's like, look, I still want my McDonald's and whatever. I'm gonna eat my ham hock and whatever else, right? And this is, of course, we know this raises our blood pressure, right? So you end up having to take the medicine. Now you got to take this medication. Now you're at risk because of the medications that you're taking, you know. And you can research this. You don't even got to listen to what I'm saying or believe me, but look up ACE2, or it's called angiotensin converting enzyme, and you will see that a lot of these medications have that ACE2 within the medications. And this is how the corona is actually attaching to the cell. You see, through this ACE2. So that's one part. That's I guess that's the answer to your question. Why people with those particular underlying health conditions suffering the most? Well, that's why, because the medication that they're taking.
And I'm gonna try to pull up this form so people can see it. Let me see if I can share my screen here so people can see what I'm talking about. Share screen. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, but why you looking for that? It's like, okay, yeah, okay.
Go.
So yeah, like simple. Go ahead, bro.
I was gonna set the table for you that the CDC is saying that. Can y'all see that?
No,
there we go.
Yeah, no, you can. Okay.
If you get up really close.
Yes.
So the CDC is saying that the people who are going to the hospital for severe COVID illness, 95% of them have one of these underlying conditions happening. And this is what's triggering the severe COVID illness. So if you have one of these underlying conditions, then there are certain decisions and things you have to kind of reconsider because you're highly at risk. But yeah, I sent this to both you and Melita, brother Cat. So what were you going to say as far as some of these conditions and et cetera, et cetera?
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, like, with these conditions, that they're really not hard at all to eradicate or heal. Let's just say heal. Right? It's easy to heal these particular diseases or diseases, and so you wouldn't even have to take this medication, right? So, we're in a position now where it's like, look, you're gonna have to start eating right. You're gonna have to eat certain foods. You're gonna have to go ahead and start exercising, like promoting some form of circulation. You're going to have to start doing particular breathing exercises to get more oxygen into your lungs and just throughout, or really your whole circulatory system, like your whole body, right? Because that your blood carries this nutrients throughout the body by way of oxygen, right? So it's just about discipline at the end of the day. Like really, truly just discipline, saying, look, is my life more precious than Bojangles chicken box? Which one really is more precious?
He said, but
Now we're gonna say life. Now they're gonna answer life, but the action is gonna say shit. I'm gonna eat this goddamn chicken. Like you see what I'm saying? So we say, yeah, we love ourselves, we love life. Yes, we're gonna change and this and that, but and don't get me wrong, I get it. Food is addiction. It's a drug. I get it. But I'm saying with something like hypertension and obesity, these things can, and disorders of what that thing said, lipid, which is fat metabolism, slow to break down the fat, right? So all of this saying is, with these particular three underlying factors or top three, those are easy. Those are easy. A lot of it just come with discipline.
So a question for you, and Melita, you can jump in when you want to too. Warren is in the chat, and a couple other people are asking if the essential hypertension is genetic related. Is there something they need to do? Like if it's just, I guess they're saying it's not a condition of eating the wrong food. It's just this is just part of their genetic makeup. What can they do?
Show me where this could be genetic. High blood pressure is genetic. The only thing that is genetic is the food that is being passed down from generation to generation, right? There is no genetic. Now, you have different reasons why you may have hypertension, high blood pressure, right? So you can have, say, one thing is stress. Okay, that causes high blood pressure. The way you eat causes high blood pressure. But there's another thing, right? It's your adrenal glands secretes a hormone called aldosterone, right? And this aldosterone, it could be it's supposed to release, well, not supposed to, but it's mixed up potassium and sodium. Now, when this hormone is imbalanced, more sodium is going to be released and it gets to the bloodstream. And this will also make your blood, well, not your blood, well, yeah, your blood. It makes the pressure stay high. It makes the pressure rise higher. So look up aldosterone. It's secreted by the adrenal glands. So a lot of times, too, is that. And so what do? We have to cleanse the kidneys, right? We have to cleanse the adrenal glands. We can correct that too. So it's nothing like high blood pressure is not it's not genetic. It's not.
Pete, I'm glad you actually mentioned that, brother Cat, because a few years ago I found out my father was on blood pressure medicine. And then and he said, "Oh," and I was like, "Dude, why you ain't tell me?" And he was like, "Yo, your grandfathers had high blood pressure and hypertension. Your grandma's on the medicine. Your mom's on the medicine. You'll probably be on it too." And I'm like, "Dude, don't pass that down to me. Like it's the family inheritance." Right. And so at that point, I said, "I'm on a mission. I'm going to stop it. I mean, if you want to pass down some watches and some suits, I'm fine with that, pops. But I'm going to start running. I'm going to start changing up my diet, and I'll tell you." He's surprised, like every year. He's like, "Oh, you still don't have any problems?" I'm like, "Nah." And he thinks like I'm an anomaly. Like, well, it could just be skipping a generation. And I'm
Right.
like, nah, we're just gonna make some changes here.
Right.
Right. So yeah, that's what it is. That's a form of a generational curse right there to have disease. You telling me a baby born with high blood pressure? Like I just don't. It's not a fact. Now, black people catch hell in this country, so our blood pressure could just get raised up by the stress we deal with.
Yeah.
But as far as dealing with a genetic high blood pressure, no. Because let me tell you, high blood pressure also is a mineral deficiency. You see, it's a mineral deficiency. Your blood, the pressure of your blood or your heart, right? It beats harder. It pumps blood faster and harder because it's trying to extract minerals
Yeah.
out of the blood that it's not getting.
And it's
So
too
if it
much
doesn't get it, then the pressure continues to stay high or continues to pump harder, faster. But the moment it gets these minerals, like the iron, the potassium, the magnesium, then it's able to lower and balance the pressure. You see, so mhm, a mineral deficiency. So and of course it's a mineral deficiency because we're not eating nutritious foods. Like you think Chick-fil-A and all of this other shit. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm ghetto. All right. So,
No,
but
you
don't
good.
think
You
like
good.
You're
You good,
fine.
bro.
don't think
You good.
don't think
The way
that
niggas here.
that stuff is going to give you some type of nutrition. It's just it's just fuel food, but it's not even food. We can't even call it food by
That's
definition.
a fact.
But like I'm saying, like it's a mineral deficiency. So you can get rid of high blood pressure easy. Your whole family can get rid of high blood pressure or hypertension. Well, it's the same thing, but you can get rid of it. It is not. I refuse to believe, you know what I'm saying, until somebody can show me some genetic proof that it is genetics. A lot of that comes from the food.
Yeah.
Right.
Um,
Brother
Lifestyle.
Ken,
you know,
I got a question.
uh-huh.
How many people have you assisted in lowering their blood pressure over the years?
Shit, man, I can't count, man. It's because it's so easy. Listen, all you have to do is exercise. Listen, circulation, proper living. I don't like to say diet. That's what's wrong with us now. We got a diet, but I like to say living, right? So a proper living and even relaxation. All of these things factors in your pressure. So even proper rest can help. And then of course you got the herbs. But we don't even have to deal with the herbs. We can just deal with the food and exercise and more increase in your water intake and you can lower your blood pressure.
Yeah.
Right.
Um green leafy vegetables. But if we want to get the pressure down fast, yeah, I can give you like hibiscus, Cassandra berry. I can give you another herb called Flora de Manita. These herbs help bring the pressure down really fast.
Ken Walls,
Um,
I got to get you to
uh,
type. Can you type that and put it in the chat?
yeah, how you do that? Let me see the thing here.
Those yeah, because see, listen, like
Don't shame me now. Now I got to look like I know what I'm doing. Let me
no,
see.
you good. I'm gonna talk while you type. You good, and
Yeah.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
get the leader in there too.
And
But the
yeah,
So
reason
well,
click,
what
why
I was going to
we're
press the
say,
setting up
thing
this
check.
chart so people can
Okay,
see.
I got it. I see.
Yeah,
I
hold
see
on.
it.
Let,
I
let me
got
just
it.
set the chat up for people who watching. The reason why these symptoms are up here is because if you catch COVID-19, they're saying that these symptoms here are what cause, or these underlying conditions
Right.
are what cause people to have to go to the hospital. Like this is the 2% that developed a severe COVID illness and they're going to the hospital and some aren't making it. They're saying that 95% of those people have these issues that are listed right here. And number one is high blood pressure. Number one. So we definitely want to take care of that underlying condition so that you don't develop severe COVID illness and end up going to the hospital.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's definitely a through line here, with all major I won't say all because that's too definite, but from my time on the planet and from what I've seen, heard, and read, there's a through line in terms of debased cultural health and having that link to pandemic. So for those of you who don't know, kind of my personal story links with my father's, who was a long time IV drug user for a very long time, 70s and 80s, got clean around 86 or so. And then shortly after found out that he had AIDS. And instead of, kind of buying into what the time was, which is basically, hop on the interferon or some really, really damaging, basically narcotic type medicine and be fear induced because you're missing out on sex, you're missing out on love, you're missing out on all these things. He chose to go the opposite route, which is meditate 5 times a day, strike all animal products from his body, became completely vegan, herbs, minerals, lots of water. And, right now, today, 2021, he looks and lives better than I'd say 90% of the people who you come across who are 25 years younger. But to that point, during that time period, especially, we were under, severe assault in terms of heroin and crack. And when you look at the segments of population during the early 80s through the 90s, really, that were inflicted with the AIDS virus, I would say a big underpinning was things like heavy drug use, whether that's, something like coke or heroin, or maybe even in the gay community in some ways, there were things called poppers, kind of like amphetamines or speed that people would use, in that realm as well. And these things have known to greatly diminish our immune system, leaving us susceptible to anything that comes our way. So I would say, to Ket's point, we are now in a time where, food, the meat that people are eating right now is way different from the meat that our grandmothers ate, or even our mothers ate and grew up on. And these things are devaluing and debasing our immune system, weakening our cell walls. Every time we turn on the TV, we're looking at news and things that are completely fear-induced. And all these things are just taking a toll on our humanity, A, but also B, our ability to fight off infectious disease. So I think we're just like ripe for what's going on right now. And it's going to take a lot of what Lita and Ket is saying to really have us fortified.
But to everything that you said there, Brother Troy, man, I think the point is to try to keep us all on drugs. To Brother Ket, everything he went through was nutrition, fitness, how to keep you away from the drugs. But we do live in the presence of the biggest drug dealer in the entire world, which is the U.S., which is to keep you medicated, pump medicine into your system. If you're stressed out, take a drug. If you got hypertension, take a drug. You don't feel well, take a drug. You want to feel better, take this drug. So, all good points, man. I love it.
Yeah, I definitely think even being in this COVID time, it really is indicative of what we see just with, illnesses in general. We know the things to do. The doctors know the things to do, but they don't prescribe it. So we know if you have these different illnesses, you need to change your diet or way of eating, or you need to be more hydrated, or you need to be more active, but they're not even prescribing that. And so we see the same thing happening in this COVID era. So it's just kind of it's the same thing that's happening over and over again.
I was shocked to hear that there's so few, when you look at like the training and education that doctors and nurses go through. I've seen reports of how little they spend time-wise on nutrition. Like they spend little to no time talking about food at all. So they go through, K through 12, you learn nothing. In college, you learn nothing. And supposedly, if you're focused on getting high education on the basis of first doing no harm, and to not learn about food is just like asinine.
Well, that's because they got this this thing now, and it's been since the 1930s. It's called the Flexner Report. Y'all familiar with the Flexner Report?
No.
Nah, bro.
Come on, Ket.
So,
We familiar.
I know. Y'all smarter than me in this group here. So this thing here is called a Flexner Report. It's named after Abraham Flexner. Y'all can look it up. But Abraham Flexner was sent out by J.D. Rockefeller and Andrew Carnegie. And this was in the 1930s, right? So we got to think. So picture the Great Depression and all that too, right? So this is when they were trying to push their synthetic drugs, right, from the what it was called petrochemical, because John D. Rockefeller was a big oil tycoon, right?
Mhm.
And but within this oil, the byproduct of the oil, they found quote unquote vitamins and minerals, right? So instead of you discarding it as waste, they said, well, shit, we can make money off this, right? So they came up with a way to make synthetic vitamins and minerals from oil waste, right? Um, but now the first thing about it, the first synthetic drugs didn't come out to 1930s, right? Um, so that means that what everybody it was more dealing with more holistic health or more holistic approaches, dealing with the herbs and nutrition, etc. Right. So even the medical institutions and in this time were coming from a holistic approach or a more natural approach of healing. So back to Abraham Flexner. So they sent Abraham Flexner out to these medical institutions to go out and to basically um, get down or lay down. Look, we're gonna give you, we'll pay you guys 100,000 a piece to push our synthetic drugs. This is what you're gonna teach your students from now on, so and so. So a lot of medical institutions said, no, we ain't doing it. But remember, Great Depression, a lot of them end up folding and saying, okay, well, you know what, just to keep my school open or whatever, I'm going to succumb to whatever you want. So from then on to now, the Flexner report would be like the mandate on how you were going to teach your students. You want to teach your students basically take this and call me in the morning. Take two of these, call me in the morning. Right? It
Mm.
was no more nutrition. They didn't talk about herbs anymore. Um, this is when they started using extracting um, plants. Right? They would take the herb and they would make synthetic versions of it. Right? So they took, like, for example, aspirin was one of the first synthetic drugs, right? They used for a headache because it had salicylic acid. But where did they get the salicylic acid from? They got it from the white willow bark, right? So they did basically just extract it and took it, right? So what they did was what the Flexner report did was change the course of how the medical industry would deal with the patient. Um, and so now you don't have any doctors from then on to now, right now, who know anything about nutrition. So it's all by design. It's not even their fault, that they don't know about nutrition and things like that. It's that they don't know. They haven't been. They just wasn't taught about it anymore. So the same thing that went back on back then is happening now, right? Because you look at it now, you see this billionaire Johnny Rockefeller, who don't have no type of medical credentials or nothing, right?
Yeah.
But how the hell he got so much influence on the medical industry? But we can fast forward and we look at Bill Gates today, right? He's doing the same damn thing. No medical credentials, but he's been pushing this damn vaccine, so right? So at the end of the day, it's all about monetary gain. It's all about money at the end of the day.
Before we go
Yo,
So
there,
so
I want
research the Flexner report. I said all that just to say that, right?
yeah, I just researched it. It also advocated closing all but two of the historically black medical schools.
Right.
real
That's
quick. Let
right.
me get Melita in here. As far as just and Melita, if you can just start out before you get into your thought, well, or before or after, how people with COVID-19, especially if they have one of these underlying conditions, what they should do to treat themselves. Floor is yours.
Gotcha. And I was just gonna say something. I was just listening, everything that everybody said, pretty much spot on it. I mean, Troy, Cat, everybody. And one thing that Cat said, I think when it comes down to even blood pressure, sometimes the way that they articulate it makes it more confusing than what it is.
Mhm.
And if you flip it around, you just have pressure in your blood.
Mhm.
Okay, how does that pressure get there? Like Kat said, it's a lack of circulation. It's almost like you have a water hose and you bend it. And
Mm,
when you do that, you create pressure.
mhm,
And the lack of exercise, and as he said, with certain diets, especially with trans fats and oils, that can allow more pressure to bleed in your blood,
mhm.
Mhm.
which your blood shouldn't have that much pressure, and your kidney have to work harder to kind of filter some of these things out because the kidney is responsible for maintaining your blood pressure, you know. And and same thing when we look at diabetes, all that means, they'll say I got diabetes, and sometimes that term doesn't really tell you what's really wrong. That all it means is that you got sugar in your blood.
Right.
You get a blood test and they monitor and they like, you got a bunch of sugar in your blood. What? There's only one way sugar get in your blood. The simple sugars. You eating too much sugar. But by saying diabetes or saying it in a way, sometimes it's hard for people to understand what's taking place. But when people call me, I'm like, you just got sugar in your blood, and so therefore you got too much sugar in your diet. Simple
Mhm.
sugars at that, because simple sugars go straight into your blood with complex
Mm,
sugars like agave, nectar, and I know there's some things out there about raw agave, how it's processed, but it's definitely a lot better than white sugar.
mhm.
Coconut sugar, I mean, date sugar, raw maple. These are things that are natural, that does
Mm,
not break down and go straight, into your bloodstream. And so that's just so important. Like, Kat was saying, even for them to put out the information that is genetic,
Mhm.
and but without telling people, well, how is that passed down? How are your genetics made? These are questions that you have to think about, and you don't think about it until you want to get rid of it, or you say, hey, what's wrong that I don't want to be on medicine for the rest of my life, or that I don't want to strictly be dependent upon a vaccine for my immunity. There's nothing wrong with that, and so I always take the approach when people call. I don't tell them to do it or don't do it. My thing is to make you think so that you can make an intelligent decision. There's nothing, wrong with
right.
saying what can I personally do, because if you watch the news tonight, they're saying, hey, we don't even have enough room to treat people sometimes.
Mm,
And my dad went in for a different situation, and the rooms were packed. I had a friend going for something, rooms are packed. And so taking personal responsibility is something that everybody should do and should be commended for doing. What can I personally do? So it's important to let's put things in different categories. Let's say, hey, if I decide that I've read the research, I decided that, I don't want to go with the vaccine. It's very, it hasn't been around that long. I don't want to do it. Then it's okay to seek out information. What can I personally do? And
absolutely.
that's when I'll give you a little bit, a small, everything that everybody is going through now. I went through 15 years ago. Of course, with my older son, who was at the time at the age of 3, his development was 18 months. And so they said that he was on the autistic spectrum, that he had sensory issues, that it could ADD. I mean, it was just 4 or 5 different words that was thrown around. And so from that point, I took a 5-year break from having children, because what they told me is what they're telling everybody with the COVID, and I'm saying this because I want to give that history before I say what I'm going to say about COVID,
Mhm.
is that I'm coming from a total different vaccines in general. And so I took 5 years to study before I had my second son. And I wanted to know, well, what can I do personally? I want a big family. I grew up in a house of 5 girls. I mean, one child just wasn't going to do. There's just not enough noise in the house. So, and then that's when I found out what genetic meant, what makes me, at higher risk of having a son who's even on the spectrum, for that to even be in the same line. And as Kat opened up saying, I mean, we're at that time, pretty spiritual person, and, doing what I knew to do, and
Right.
very diligent with those different things. But there was a whole part that was missing. And so after studying and realizing what put me at higher risk, because I always have people come and they'll say, well, my child took all their shots, but they didn't, they wasn't diagnosed with autism. Okay, that just means, how is your immune system at the time? And I grew up in a family of eczema, allergies. Oh Lord, I mean, just not great immune systems. And
Mm-hmm.
those are things that you got to be aggressive to deal with, and know, okay, what can
Mm-hmm.
I do to reduce my chances? And even in the middle of COVID, what can I do speedily? So that's kind of where I'm coming from, where I studied with under some of the best people about vaccines in general, how they were made, when they were introduced. I know my son went in talking, and I thought he was mad because he got a shot, not knowing
Mm.
that it had totally took his immune system to a whole nother level. So after making those changes, got three other boys, and none of them, was diagnosed on that same spectrum. So I know what it means to what they call change your genetics. And I did at that time I got four boys, and outside of my oldest son, they've never eaten fast food a day in his life. And even him had a pretty good diet, but there were some things I didn't know about hybrid foods, about certain oils. Like, people say, I'm using olive oil, but
Right.
it's not a high heat oil. Cooking with that, it'll transform into something else,
Mm.
actually turn into a trans fat. So these are small things that I really had to learn. And from that point, of course, wanting other children, this is what I do. You know, I don't get involved, and I try to stay in line. You know how it is, Cat. I can tell you what I would do and what
Right.
I do. It's not something. I got four boys who put everything in their mouths and they run around doing everything outside a lot. This is what I do, and this is what I did to take my family off that spectrum. Now, my young son ended up having a reaction to something that was recommended, and that was a whole nother situation. But let's deal with the vaccines.
Mhm.
And from that point, at age 3, he's never had another vaccine, and nor has the other three boys. I don't tell people to do this. I'm telling you what I did. I
Mhm.
did not like the ingredients.
Mhm.
I didn't like the potential side effects. And what I did like was searching in history and finding out how people kept themselves healthy ancient times. We're trying to make it to 70 something, and you got some people who live to 100. And
Absolutely.
I'm like, man, let's learn from the ancients. And that's kind of what I want to prep before I say. But a couple things is, as he said, and I'm going to quote a couple scriptures, just because I know some people have to have that foundation. And I'm just saying, I didn't have that at first, where it talks about, the herbs are made for healing for the nations. That's all in the Bible. You'll hear one part, but I never heard that before, especially not taught that way, that the tree of life, 12 fruit, the fruit was made for the fruit was made for meat, the herbs made for healing for the nations. Ezekiel talks about herbs. You see the healing and culinary arts all over, when it comes to oils, frankincense. And I use these things on an everyday basis. The kind of shot, we got shot glasses, and we take shots every day consistently, right before every meal, if we're at home. And that's one reason I homeschool, so that that I can do some of these things. But just to kind of give maybe five things, but one, the herbs are definitely one, because of the benefits. And we can read some of the things that he mentioned as far as blood pressure. Like I hear a lot of people mention about elderberry. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you a story of an actual nurse that I helped before, and she wanted to know her entire family had COVID. She was very concerned about taking, there's a blend that I do for my family, and then I offer it to other people because it's been so effective all these years
Mm-hmm.
with whatever situation that we come against. And you're talking about one who was on 21 meds. So I kind of know. And then you're talking about autism, your immune system is like totally compromised and you get sick often. So these are the things that has helped my family. Anyways, she called and she was like, well, what's in it? And I said, well, elderberry is one of the main ingredients, holy basil, and I list some other herbs. And she was like, well, they're saying, she's a doctor working in a hospital. She said, I'm not sure about elderberry because everybody tells me that elderberry is not very good to take for the coronavirus, that you shouldn't take it, so to speak. And I said, well, ma'am, your family's not feeling well. I would just give it a try. It won't kill you. And if it don't work, you can just leave it. But if you and your family get well, at least you tried it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, long story short, her entire family got better, and she ordered another, bag. But that's what you're taught. And even if you Google any herb, then it's going to tell you that much research hasn't been done, and all these different precautions and cautions and things like that. So I get that all the time, where people are afraid. But like I said, my son was on 21 meds, and after 21 meds, surgery, rounds of antibiotics and steroids. Let me see, what else? They gave up on him. It was like, there's nothing else we can do. None of the steroids work. None of the antibiotics. None of these things work.
Mm-hmm.
Then, and at that time, I was kind of nervous about using herbs. And I know a lot of people probably feel the same way because of what you see on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And after looking at it, I'm like, man, burdock sounds better than Lovenox. It just, you know what I'm saying? Lovenox and what was this other thing? Lovenox and it was something else. I can't remember what it was. Metapinum, all these different words. And I said, I'm gonna give it a try because what do I have to lose at this point when they don't know? And he just celebrated his 8-year-old birthday. And we're learning daily, still working on his immunity because it takes time after being on 21 meds and things like that. They don't just leave your system. And I've even talked to Kat about a couple of things. So that's just what I do. Not only that, and what we're saying is backed by science. Before they had a shot, actually, quarantining, keeping yourself away from people and washing your hands.
Mm-hmm.
All these things are important, but this is where we should have been living a long time ago. And I actually felt good about it. I mean, you go to Walmart, they wiping down buggies, and I'm like, man, this is all right, because I always, I would shop, and because my children had low immunity, or mainly my older son, then I was always conscious of these things. But I'm like, I'm loving this. I went to the post office and they wiping the thing down after you touch it. I'm like, this is how we should have been living in the first place.
Right.
And but we get less after we get a shot, we kind of loosen up because this whole mentality of quick fix is just hurting us.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and at some point, this was when I went to the seminars 15 years ago. There was several doctors, and there's one, if you have children, there's a book written by a pediatrician. His name is, I haven't read it in a while because, my boys are like 15, 10 now. Robert Mendelson, I think, MD. But he got a book called How to Raise Healthy Children in Spite of Your Doctor. And he's a doctor. He's a pediatrician.
Mm-hmm.
And he wrote this book. And he really goes into details. And so if there's any anxiety that you may have, he really helps you with that whole situation. But so outside of that, whenever they wash, I make sure they wash antibacterial, antiviral soap. Bathing, you just can't Dove ain't gonna do it. So Miracle 2, I don't know, Kat, you know about Miracle 2?
No.
Okay. So Miracle 2, you can look that up. It is an antibacterial, and I want to say antiviral. I'm not sure, but it is a really good soap that if you be around people, your children be around people, that it's important that they bathe right at the end of the night. I mean, Irish Spring, all that stuff is not going to kill, bacteria where they all touching doorknobs, wiping their nose. It is just
You
it's just
said
not
Miracle
good.
2, right?
Yeah,
Miracle 2?
Miracle 2.
Okay.
Yeah. And even their hair, like girls' hair, let's say somebody coughing on them, they bring all that stuff home
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing I would do as a parent, if my children was at school, and I do it, if I go to the beach or wherever, is bathe them properly. Go straight to the bathroom, and just wash them in a good soap. And then and even in that soap, I put essential oils that I know fights bacteria and virus.
Okay.
And so on an everyday basis, they waking up bathing this way. They going to bed bathing this way because while you sleeping, bacteria and viruses, they don't sleep. And they go to sleep and they don't wash their hair. And they be
Mm-hmm.
around people all day long. And all that stuff can get into your skin, which is your biggest organ. So that's really important, and all this modern soaps and I'm
Okay.
like, people, you put Dove, even on the babies, I'm thinking that baby oil, just pure petroleum. You can just light a match. I mean,
Right.
it's just it clogs the pores. It's just not,
Mm-hmm.
appropriate. Where in biblical times they would use oils. They would anoint themselves with oils. You're talking about frankincense. You're talking about myrrh, and
Right.
I'll leave it to people to look up these things themselves. And so that's just one thing. And they should start their morning with tea, not soda, not
Mm-hmm.
Kellogg, all these different companies that does not strengthen the immune system.
Mm-hmm.
Warm, especially during the wintertime, warm tea,
Mm.
and so
Mhm.
with that
What's
is antibacterial, it's antiviral, all these
right?
different goodies, that's how we start our morning.
Mhm.
Every
What's in
morning.
the tea?
Well, we use a variety because we use a vitamin. We use I have a vitamin detox blend. There's three products I have. A vitamin detox blend. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
make for my children. And now, if I tell you, it's like 40 different things in there for the kidney, the liver, the lymphatic system.
Right.
It's just like I'll go into that. I'll type in some of the things in the chat.
Okay.
And then during this time with COVID, I try to make sure they get that cold immunity. And I compounded that years ago to work on you know, my son's immunity
Right. Right. Right.
and keep them good. But elderberry is one of the ingredients. Holy basil is one of the ingredients in the cold flu immunity. Then you got dandelion, which is always good, and that's real children friendly. You
Right.
know, children.
You
They
said
bounce back.
dandelion root.
Dandelion root.
Dandelion, is that different from dandelion? What am I saying?
Yeah, yeah. You got the leaf and you got the root.
Okay.
Yeah. Um, you put a little cinnamon. That never hurts, and I think clove is in there. But that's where we start our
Okay.
morning. That's where they drink that before breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And then
Okay.
again, they brush their teeth after every meal because they're at home. I know people can't do that. That's appropriate. And not only that, when they take the toothpaste that they use,
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
you got to clean your throat, being that you around people again. And
Mm-hmm.
and so in that blend, I got myrrh. In that blend, I got fennel. So
Mm.
when they're brushing, if there's anything in there, they're not going to go to bed with it because before they go to bed, and I got a tooth blend. I do make all these things for other people too. But
Hold on, no, Melita.
fennel,
You said myrrh. What was the second one?
fennel,
Fennel.
fennel powder. Yeah,
How you spell that?
FE.
FENNEL.
FENNEL. Gotcha.
Yep. And then it's a clay in there. And so all of that, that makes a difference because I just live a life like that. But not only that, I'll put, I have clove oil, not essential oils now.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole nother story. I'll try to explain that a little. The way that they make essential oils today is not the way they did it in the past. The distillation process kills some of the beneficial things, and so some of that your children, it's not good to give your children. Even some of the big brands, I
Okay.
wouldn't do it. But the way that I do the oils, it takes a lot longer. They sit a lot longer. I extract it differently. It could be months, and
Mm-hmm.
I'll take that clove oil and put it, in their toothpaste also. So they just pump it out on their toothbrush, and then they'll go in the bathroom, and every night they're bathing with these oils. So between their drinking, and then I haven't dealt with the diet. Of course, you want to do things that are appropriate to the season.
Right.
And if they in the sun all day, there's certain nutrients that they need. At wintertime, then you want to go with the soups, the leafy greens. And
Mm-hmm.
then by the time they take the broth and the minerals and things like that from the soups, the calcium, the potassium, all that good stuff from leafy greens is
Mm.
just living in season. that's kind of long story short, even though it was kind of long. But
Just
every day, that's what they doing. Spraying in their ears is another thing. I know most germs. That's why they test COVID. Now spraying their nose too. I started this at an early age. So if you start this now and your children are older, they might think you're trying to kill them. But my children grew up like this. They'll bring the bottle like, "Mama, go ahead and spray my nose." But
Okay.
I was doing this years ago. But that's why they test COVID in your nose.
Yeah.
People don't clean their nose. I take a little bit. I make my silver a little bit differently. I add some gems to it and things like that. So I take a spray bottle with silver and spray in their nose, in their ears, and in their throat. And that reduces their chance of, getting any type of infection.
Where do you get the silver from?
I make it too. I make a special silver. I got,
Sister, how long have you been doing this process?
I
I mean, because this is the most detailed process I got from when you wake up in the morning to your cleaning to your midday function. How long have you been doing this?
It's been, my son is 50. No, Lord, he's 18 now. And it's been since he was 3 that I started this process. Because I didn't want a vaccine anymore. It hurt, man. It hurt for him to come. He was such a happy. Okay, we'll not get emotional, but he was just such a happy baby, developing fine, every curve. And you tell me to do something, I do it. Took him to every appointment like they said, got his shots like they said. And then you like, hold on, I did everything you told me to do, and now he's not talking. Oh, that hurt a lot. And so, I'm not doing that again. I didn't know what to do, but that hurt a lot. And that's your first child too. So I spent the next 5 years learning what I could do personally. So I don't drink everybody's water, and I don't put my feet under everybody's table.
How was his development after you started your process?
He used to hallucinate, and I'll say probably a week after, there's certain things that came at certain times. One of the first things I did was take him off of modern wheat. And after I took him off of modern wheat, he never hallucinated again. He's 18 and he's never hallucinated again. I mean, he would run around the house in the middle of the night like somebody was chasing him, and that never happened again. So some things came immediately, and others where his brain had to develop again took time as his essential fatty acids begin to increase and his liver and kidney, the process of methylation began to improve. Then, some other things came later. But that's just, and when I say they would catch, these are, you talking about weak immune system. And, now it's just natural. They just know that's what they do. Morning tea time, you drink water, you drink tea. I do mason jars for every child so that they know. The younger 8-year-old get a cup and a half. The 10-year-old, he gets 2 cups. My oldest son, sometimes he'll do 3 cups. But I just put them in mason jars, so they measure everything. I got measuring cups for portions, and it makes it real. It took a lot of training initially, but now it's really like that's just what we do.
It's like second nature to you now.
It is. But I can't tell, just to summarize the importance of making medicine. Herbal teas are part of your everyday regimen if you decide not to take the shot. And appropriate hygiene as far as bathing, as far as, get off that floor, toothpaste that does not really have any medicinal benefits. And you want to make sure they clean their throat, their ears, and their nose properly on an everyday basis.
Real quick, you said toothpaste. You didn't mention the type of toothpaste. Is that the clove oil?
No, I make my toothpaste too. I make a tooth powder.
She makes everything.
I make a tooth powder, and everybody that tries it really like it. And like I said, I'll share more of the ingredients because I just kind of compound. But fennel is one of the ingredients. Clove is one of the ingredients. Because fennel is good for breath and digestion. Clove is just good also. But when it comes to something antibacterial, you got neem. That'll kill any germs that, let's say, somebody cough on them, or they go outside and put stuff in their mouth. You got to understand, boys. You're like, what is in your mouth? So, I know that when they bathe and brush their teeth or wash up, that they have all these different medicinal properties hitting them.
Melita. But hold on, because you're saying this is. Hold on. Neem,
Okay.
Neem,
Neem.
and you're saying neem will kill what? It just
Neem powder. Yeah.
neem powder.
Yeah. Neem powder. That's one thing that I compound in the tooth blend that I have.
Okay, but what does it do? You said it kills the they
Neem is antifungal for sure.
antifungal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It has a lot of benefits. We'll be here all day, but that's one. Isn't it? And
That's why I got my notebook. See,
and you can ask Cat if he know like more of the benefits of neem.
No, yeah. I mean, it's antifungal, antibacterial, antiviral.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, neem is definitely something that you want to have in this time. It's bitter as hell, but it's
It is
good for
too.
you. They use it a lot of in the continent. We use it a lot for like malaria. People
Right.
who have malaria, they use the neem. The neem, you could drink it as a tea. So it just helps kill off the malaria quicker as well. So it's antiviral. Yeah.
what now, Melita
Mm-hmm.
or Ket too. So everything Melita talked about, do you sell it in your store? Because I know Simona's in the comments. She wants to know if Melita, you have that available, like a website. And then
Yeah.
two, I know because I know you're only one person. Ket,
Mhm.
do you have everything that Melita's talking about?
Yeah, I have it in the in the natural form, but
Right, okay.
she
I
Melita,
compound,
Yeah.
and so he
Melita
probably
the truth.
says, "Yeah, I compound
Melita
everything."
make
But
anything.
yeah,
He don't trust a white man for nothing. I like it.
Y'all need to
Oh,
form a
man.
strategic alliance. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
hand in glove right there. A lot of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What I would say, I'm gonna keep it going, but Melita, you are an inspiration. I feel like your story and just your diligence. You are a testament to the power of
Yeah.
like a woman in general, but a black woman specifically. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And then also for your kids, what you're doing for them is ill because I guess ill pun intended. Whack whack whack.
Hip hop.
Yeah. Not only are they benefiting from the direct products that you're making for them, but also just, seeing their mother love and care for them so much is another bystander of that. Also, when it comes to learning themselves, I'm sure to learn a great deal about the body, about the environment, about, what to do and what not to do. All these things are fantastic byproducts aside from the direct benefit of helping their health. So, just all praises due to you, most certainly.
yeah, I
Mhm.
appreciate it.
Hey,
We mothers never feel like we're doing a good enough job, and so it's just always good. It's always good to be encouraged because no
The
matter
direct
what we do,
benefit
we
of
always
helping.
feel like we go at bed at the end of the day like, man, did I do all I can do? So I
Right.
do they know
appreciate
how
it.
to make these
Thank you
products
so much.
too? Your sons know how to make the products?
Say it again.
I said, do your sons know how to
They
make these products
they
too?
don't know how to make the products. I'm the only one that make them, but they help with them. They'll write labels and things like that. So all of them work for me. Instead of me getting other people, then I make they're part of the company, and I give all that to them.
But we
Uh,
gonna we gonna build on something, sis, so we could try to get them down in Sacred Roots to get them products in Sacred Roots,
all right,
so
yeah.
that people can get to it.
I put
Absolutely.
Sacred Roots in the comment section for anybody. As Ketwaz has these products in raw form. Melita, is there an email so people can, if you're available, so people
Yeah, I'll
can
check.
contact with you and why you can you post that in the chat for us?
Yep, I'm working on that right
Here we
now.
go. And let me just say that I've used both of their products before, Ketwaz and Melita. I'm gonna order some more when we finish. And yeah, man, it really gets you right. And what are we talking about as I do like a reset here? We're talking about holistic health. We're talking about the things that they said cause severe COVID illness, meaning if you have these underlying conditions, they're saying you're going to end, probably more than likely, you're going to end up in the emergency room, and in some cases, God forbid, you're not going to make it. Let me repost these things one more time up here. They're saying if you have these underlying conditions that Well, let me give you the whole thing. The CDC is reporting 95% of people who go to the hospital, vaccinated or not, when it first started out, vaccinated or not, you dealt with, if you had these situations, you were in some trouble.
Right.
You were in some trouble. Okay. Not a game here. They also pointed out that the top risk factors, if you have COVID-19, put Melita back up. If you have COVID-19, the strongest risk factors for death were obesity, diabetes with complications, and then fear and anxiety disorders. So even the psychological aspect plays a part. And I think, Brother Kit, you did a good job of breaking down how the stress weakens our immune system, and that puts us in a vulnerable position. And I believe Sister Crystal was in the comments, and she was saying how her daughter got COVID-19. She said the stress of her knowing that she had it is what brought her immune system down. There's too much stress, because right now you're being told if you get COVID-19, you're gonna die. That's how they're framing everything. And so they're not giving everyone all the information so you can understand what exactly is going on. But let me just say, as I keep this list up here, if you have these underlying conditions, you need to really, really take some things serious right now. And listen to what Sister Melita and Brother Ket is saying as far as you dealing with these underlying symptoms. You want to deal with these things, and there's a way holistically to be cured of these things so that you're not in danger of a simple disease. I say simple. I'm only saying simple with COVID-19 because 98 to 99% of people recover with mild to no symptoms. So I'm saying that generally speaking, we can beat this. Imagine if we didn't have any of these underlying symptoms.
Right.
Then we're not even talking about people in the hospital and people dying from this disease if we don't have these underlying conditions. So that's why I brought it up. Continue breaking down the knowledge.
The unfortunate thing is that we live in a society, and then the subsegment of the society based on our income, based on systemic issues that we all know, racism, all these things have kind of pressure cooked us into a scenario where we have a higher proportion of people with these underlying symptoms. You know what I mean? Right. And, we can take something like obesity. It's crazy how many people you see. When I was little, I feel like I didn't see this many obese people. But again, based on diet, based on lack of exercise, based on stress, based on, what's in the grocery stores, people are more obese, more sick. And then even for myself, I'm somebody who is relatively thin. I mean, I kind of got that through gene pool. I've always been very skinny. But even that is not something that you can take as someone being healthy, because you can be skinny and have diabetes, skinny and have thyroid disorders the other way. You know what I mean? So there's so many different attributes that are listed here that we really can't take it for granted. We have to really do what we can to connect with each other. I read something where, many times, even, taking aside just COVID, but just in general, from a general health perspective, longevity of life and quality of life into your later years, one of the biggest keys is social setting and feeling like you have a sense of belonging. You know what I mean? So we're in a situation where people are relatively locked away. Even if, prior to COVID, people were generally living through their phones. They would go to work, come home, be in the car by themselves, be in the cubicle by themselves, come home, be on the phone by themselves, and getting all of their endorphin release and all of their, oxytocin release and all those serotonin, dopamine releases without the benefit of actual human touch and human contact. So if you figure all of those things, plus you ain't eating right, plus you scared of dying tomorrow, plus you know what I mean, all these things are plus. Yeah, we are in a situation where it's damn near untenable unless we do some of the things that Ket and Melita are saying. Last point I'll make is that much like, the Trump scenario where, a lot of people were relatively asleep politically and socially, but then when Trump came, the fear and the shock of having someone who was so upfront with his disdain towards you kind of propelled people into being more socially conscious, marching. They would see someone die via guns with the police. So all these things tended to wake them up. And I think if there's a silver lining here with COVID, is that it's tending to wake people up to the benefits and the importance of healthy living.
Right. And I just want to say, and I'm not trying to condemn anybody, right? No disrespect, no judgment. Just simply saying we've been in this pandemic since March 2020, and I'm, kind of take a look at. Technically, we should be in the best shape of our lives at this point. If we're saying this pandemic is so serious, this is what's going on. Like, vaccinated or not, you should be in the best health
Facts.
that you've been in, because you're doing your due diligence and you're taking this serious. Just want to put that out there. Might have to reevaluate your approach to health, like Vig is saying, and start taking this thing super, super serious. And again, I just want to reiterate: if you have any of these conditions here, this is very serious. The CDC is saying 95% of people who are hospitalized and die have these underlying symptoms, which exacerbates COVID-19 makes it severe. And then people are being hospitalized and people are dying. So we're here trying to take an approach or talking to Melita and Ket. How can we deal with some of these underlying issues? And then even if we don't have those, how do we deal with COVID-19? Can I just read what y'all said, Melita and Ket? Y'all tell me if I left something off.
Yeah, let me ask Kat to go over some of the main antiviral herbs. I know rosemary and some of the other stuff. And, and we mentioned about the respiratory situation as far as the lungs. So what's the main antiviral? I mean, I have the list, but I just like to hear you talk.
Man, so the antiviral herbs, I mean, it's a lot. I say the ones I use. Right? But there's anamu. Some people
right off the bat, gonna need you to spell that.
And we'll put them in the chat. And one reason that I asked him to do that is because
I know, right?
yeah. One reason I wanted you to do that is because knowledge brings peace, and so trying to tell people not to fear or not to panic, the best way is through knowledge. And so I wanted you to read them to let people know, if you're not comfortable, that you can do something, and that, like you said, there's a lot, right? And we didn't make them. We use them, but we didn't make them. This was not our idea.
That's
and
right.
so, depending on where you are, as far as in your faith and things like that, like these things grow from the earth in abundance, from the land in abundance. And as I was encouraged to take advantage of the resources that are available to you. Okay, but go ahead.
So anamu, or some people call it. They got different names. They call it anamu. Some call it guinea hen weed. Depending on what island it is, you might call it gully root. You might call it garlic weed. But I call it anamu. That's ANAMU. It's spelled just like it sounds.
Gotcha.
So anamu is one of the plants on the planet that has basically all three. So it have is antiviral, is antimicrobial, and antibacterial. So anamu is definitely a plant that I utilize a lot with my family. I also use guaco roots, guaco, right? And that's good for the respiratory system, good for the lungs, right? Good for people who got asthma. So I use guaco root. I use cinchona bark, or some people call it Peruvian bark. So you could cinchona, Cinchona. So you can see cinchona bark, or you will see Peruvian bark. Is either or the same thing. And this is actually that particular tree is where they actually extract hydrochloroquine from. You remember when this thing first started and they started talking about hydrochloroquine? Well, they extract the hydrochloroquine from the Peruvian bark. You see? So instead of just using the hydrochloroquine, which by nature, you ain't supposed to just use the shit. You're supposed to, then you need the whole plant, right? You know what I
Right.
mean? That's like using,
Mm-hmm.
that's how they do. They look at your hand and they say, "Oh, well, the thumb is what we use to grip, so we just gonna take the thumb." Now you just
Why they
the
do
damn
that?
thumb don't work no more because you needed the whole hand. But
Right.
that's how they
Mhm.
use the plant. They only isolate one of the active ingredient, what they call it, and they just say, "Oh, this is responsible for headaches," and they just take that out, not knowing that this chemical needs the other cast of chemicals to work properly, right? So this is how you get the side effects. But anyway, not to get on a tangent, right? But so cinchona, you want to use the whole bark, right? Um, Another one I use is star anise. You probably heard that. You probably cook with it or not. Star anise. You heard of that before?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
Absolutely. It's a good fragrance too.
yes, it smell good too. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but
Star what?
you
Star
star
anise.
anise.
Nice.
Anise. So star anise. So it's excellent for like flu symptoms, respiratory system,
Mm-hmm.
fevers, things like that. So you can use that, make it to a tea. It's really, really good tea too. So you can use that, right? And one more I use is called Contribo, right?
Mm-hmm. I can't.
Contribo,
You have that?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Oh
got
man,
that.
I couldn't find that nowhere.
So
Okay, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
that's
so
connect right
Contribo,
there.
you
That's
could
connect.
so you use that, and you can use this. You can, and then, you know what? You know what? This is exclusive because I'm giving y'all everything I use and how I will use it, right? So boom. So the contribo, right? You don't necessarily put that in the compound that I just said, right? You just use
Right,
that
right.
separately, but all
Separately.
you need is one piece of the vine, and you can put it and soak it in water for like about 30 minutes, and then take a shot of it. That's gonna be good for the digestive system, but it's also good for the lungs too. And it's also an antiviral, antibacterial vine as
Mm-hmm.
well. But because you know that this new variant has been given a lot of, some people have a lot of diarrhea symptoms with it, right? So the Contribo would help with settling your stomach and helping with the digestion. Um, and then one last one, you can add eucalyptus leaf to this, right? So with this compound I just said, you can drink this, and you can also um take the pot and put like a towel over your head in the pot, right?
That's
And
beautiful
then
to
and
me.
inhale the vapors from it,
Mhm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And just to open up the lungs. So it helped the lungs from becoming inflamed, especially if you got COVID or whatnot. It would help with inflamed lungs as well. So those are the ones that I would use and that I give people. And then you still got your local herbs like your life everlasting. Those are good. Um, that's a good herb too. It's gonna promote sweating though. It's gonna make you sweat, so it's gonna help with detoxing and sweating it out you as well. So that's one of those things. If you feel like you can do it, do it. But if you are already kind of weak, you know
Mm-hmm.
why you go because you're fighting through it, then you may not want to do it. So it's one of those
Mm-hmm.
things you have to kind of gauge yourself when it comes to that particular plant. Um, but that's what I would use. Oh, and
And
one more
I have
thing.
one question
I'm
for you.
sorry. But those,
No, go
those,
ahead.
those, huh? I'm sorry.
I had a question for you, but go ahead.
Oh, and use the bathroom. You gotta use the bathroom. Y'all gotta take shits. A lot of us full of shit. You
Word,
know,
word.
figuratively and literally. You're full of shit. And so if you're not using the bathroom after you eat and stuff like that, well, then guess what? You are causing a a hostile environment, right? We call this microbiome, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can look this up. So you have a microbiome. This is where a lot of your bacteria, good bacteria, helps you with your immune system. Remember, 80% of your immune system is in your gut.
Yep.
Yeah.
You see, so if you're not taking shits, if you're not using the bathroom, then you gotta take some type of probiotics or prebiotic, or you can use cascara sagrada, something to um stimulate some bowel movement. But you gotta take a shit. A lot of us full of shit, and that's why our immune system is full of shit too, because it's not working properly. So your microbiome. So you have a microbiome, but then get this, you also have a viral biome too, meaning that you also have viruses that's already in you as well. So you already have a lot of stuff in you, but these things don't harm you. They supposed to bring balance to your body, right? But what happens is when you're eating, what you want to eat, this bacteria or this bad bacteria starts to overcome the good bacteria, and then your gut flora is off balance. And what we know, it can cause yeast infections, right? But other than that, it can also cause your immune system to weaken, right? So the immune system is in the gut. So y'all gotta start drinking more water, using the bathroom. You know what I mean? Like, make yourself use the bathroom. Like, if you notice that when you eat and you don't use the bathroom within an hour or so, then you might want to start getting, make like Melita was saying, like take shots of ginger or something before you eat, or something like that, to kind of promote some type of bowel movement as well. So that's a big part. So I think one sister was saying about her children going back to school, but I give my children like prebiotics, probiotics too, like ginger shots, all of those things like that, would help with digestion, because that's very important.
Kat, got a quick question for you.
Yeah, I got a quick
So
question too.
I have a Namu, guaco root, chincona bark, star anise,
Mhm.
contrivo. Those are the
Yeah,
ones that you can make in a stew, like making a soup or
yeah,
tea.
yeah. Well, tea is soup, so you said it right the first time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just all the same. But that's it right there. And then I said, you could actually add eucalyptus leaf as well
Okay.
to that same compound, and you can inhale. You can sip it, and then you can also inhale
Yeah.
the vapors from it to open the lungs.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, I was gonna ask too that one thing is that when people get started on the herbal thing, please don't get your herbs from just anywhere. You know,
Yeah,
yeah,
people get herbs from Walmart.
I mean, from Walmart and some of these places, and I don't know if you saw it on the news where we had people with cameras and what was in the capsule was not in there. Please, just please don't do that.
Right, right.
I think we both has good. We spoke before, and I'm looking forward to getting down there. But he's a good, awesome resource, and I say that because I'm very discerning because I don't just let my children eat off anybody farm unless I
Yeah,
know
right.
some about it. And then make sure, the dosages. If you have questions, ask questions because not everything should be given in high doses to children. Their immune
Right,
system
that's right.
real,
That's right.
like they'll take half of what you're doing. And so don't let it be some type of thing where, you don't know. I didn't have a chance to go into that for the whole history. I came in contact with 3 or 4 different alternative pediatricians and the people that I've studied from Canada. I mean, all kind of people just to learn. And I've even called Kat before to take that to another level.
Mm-hmm.
And so just want to throw that out there while we're mentioning about herbs, because sometimes
Mhm.
people just think you could just throw stuff in,
Right.
and
Yeah,
it
right, right,
when it comes down to
right.
the stronger ones, like, simple stuff like basil or ginger,
Mhm.
their little bodies really don't need that much.
Mm.
Right, right, right.
Can you guys can y'all go into, because Simona had the question about what to give her children, and she wants to protect them as they're going to school. I know before you mentioned, I have it right here. You said they gave him that tea, and you mentioned things like myrrh fennel powder. Am I saying that right?
Now that's the toothpaste blend that I give them. Yeah, that's the toothpaste blend. And of course, I did put this stuff in the chat as far as I have an email.
Okay.
To go into details, but of course, elderberry is always a good one. I can't say that elderberry by itself won't take care of COVID, but that's just one good thing to have in your regimen, and that's why I say, call Cat, make sure you get things compounded right and things like that. It's not as simple. Just like you see how they, even with the vaccine, it comes with a formula,
Okay. But they can. You're saying they can contact you on the email, and they can get exactly what the mix is.
Yeah, and then you can contact. I think you put your information up there too, Kat, right?
Yeah, I put both of y'all's information in the chat, so people can just scroll up and catch Melita's information. Once again, this is if you want to get further detail on what Melita and Kat are putting in their products or what products they recommend for COVID. Their information is in the chat. Please contact them for more information. Just want to make sure that's clear. 'Cause I know we're saying a lot on, dropping a lot of knowledge on people. I'm gonna look at these questions to make sure. So just kind of a reset to make sure we've covered a couple things.
All right.
One, we've covered Melita and Kat. Both of y'all have given what herbs, what elements you guys would give your children and adults if they have COVID or just want to put their body in the best position to deal with COVID should they catch it. Did we do that? We did that, right? Okay. I have stuff written down. If they want further information, we said they can contact you guys and have the information in the chat, get further information in detail to deal with that. Now I'm gonna bring on a conversation that me and Melita had earlier today. And we were talking about, Melita was saying, if you're not a person, okay, two things. One, you're not in position where you really trust the vaccine. That's number one. You're a person, you don't want to get the vaccine, you want to decline, which is your right. Cool. We said that's one. We said two, if you're not a person who's willing to do the things that Sister Melita and Brother Kat just outlined, disciplining your diet, taking these herbs and stuff, if you're not willing to do that, we were saying you probably need to get the shot. Right? That's what we said. We said, one, again, you don't want to get the vaccine, we understand, but you're not willing to do the things to put your body in the best position, especially if you have one of those underlying conditions. Right. The conversation was, listen, you probably need to take a risk and get that shot. That's what the conversation was. How do y'all respond to that? Your thoughts?
I agree. I say the same thing all the time. Like, if you're gonna be, you only got three options. You're gonna take the herbs, you're gonna take the vaccine, or you're gonna die. Which one you want?
Yeah.
That's all you got. There's nothing else you got to do. Herb, vaccine, or death. That's all you're gonna do. So at the end of the day, I'll tell people like this: if you are going to be disciplined, which I don't understand why you wouldn't be, because you're playing with life, it's life and death at this point. But if you going to be in the McDonald's and the Burger King and the all of these different places, get the damn vaccine. And this is coming from a herbalist. I don't, you know what I mean? Because you're not gonna do what it. So you might as well just take, like you just said, you might as well just take the risk. But you got to do something. You got to do something, right? But, and even so it don't even matter, because even the people with the damn vaccine, right? They got the mask on the way, but they still going to Bojangles, Chick-fil-A,
you crushing dreams,
soul food spots. They're going all of these different places, and then they look at me because I don't got a damn mask on. They say, "Oh, you're not respecting my health." Get out of here, right? Because you gotta with a McDonald's bag in your hand, and you telling me I'm risking your damn life. This is crazy.
I think that actually is a wonderful point. Now I won't touch the mask part. To me, that's something separate, right? But just in terms of I want you guys to speak more about the idea that we are sharing this planet together, right?
Mhm.
So beyond the foods that we eat, really it's about us maintaining health. If you
Mhm.
can't do it for yourself, it has to be for the people around you who you care and who care about you, who you love and who love you. But also, as we start learning more about infectious disease, it
Mhm.
really becomes about the neighbors who you don't know, the people who you come in contact with, the people who you're breathing on. Even when you have a mask on, there's air coming in and out on some level. It has to be because you would suffocate. So at the end of the day, for those who will not do it for themselves and won't do it for for their loved ones, at some point it got to be on some, yo, man, respect your neighbor by eating properly, respect your neighbor by drinking water, getting sunshine. Like everything that y'all are talking about is really things that go above and beyond just the individual. It really does speak to the collective. And then you start getting into the impact on animals and the impact on, this shit becomes larger than that. Like there's so many fucking, pardon my French, so many reasons why, we should be following and doing some of the things that y'all are doing. It's really amazing why people don't. And the answer, I think, to it is either A, they lack discipline,
Mhm.
and or B, the lifestyle and the food is addictive, like literally addictive. Like, certain cheese is known to do certain things to our brain chemistry. Simple sugars are known to do certain things. High fructose known to do certain things to our brain chemistry. I think there's a third option though. I think, and this may be very morose, but I really feel like on a guttural level, a lot of people just don't want to live anymore, yo. Like on some real shit. Like people, I think we're at a stage where people have seen so much, they've been through so much, they ain't got the paper they feel like they need to have. People are dying around them. On a guttural level, people are ready to kind of check out, but they don't want to do it more direct. So they're willing just to
I
say,
said,
"Oh,
you right, God.
it's deep, yo.
You right.
You got a
That's right.
fourth
You're
one.
right. I say it all the time. It's like a delicious suicide.
Yeah,
People want to kill themselves slowly. They don't want to, like subconsciously, they want to off. They don't want to off themselves. Niggas, they want to
right,
just go and kill yourself now. You
right,
ain't gonna just jump off a bridge. But
right.
you'll eat, greasy food.
Mm-hmm,
You'll drink alcohol.
mm-hmm,
Smoke crack.
mm-hmm.
You whatever, right?
Yeah,
You'll do all these things. But it's
unprotected
like,
sex,
yo,
all of that.
you killing yourself. So it's like,
Yeah,
well, just, and I ain't the one to say off yourself, right? But I'm
right.
just saying, yo, what you waiting on at the end of the day? Because you
He said,
killing
kill
yourself
yourself.
Chucktown,
slowly,
Kill
man.
yourself.
It's that Chucktown right there. That's what that
Yeah,
is.
you know? You feel
absolutely.
like, you remember Joe Clark, but go on and jump.
You smoke crack, don't you? Don't you smoke
Do
crack?
it. Do it
Don't you
expeditiously.
no crack,
I
don't
changed
you?
my
You know what I'm
ways.
saying?
Real
You
quick,
know?
I want to get Tamara in here and see what her opinion is. I see she's been sitting back, taking it all in. Ms. Warren, what do you think? Like, what are your thoughts on things?
Well, I'll disclose that I
Right.
took the vaccination.
Mm-hmm.
Reasons being more so for travel. So earlier in the year, I did not want to take it. I figured I was going to do what was needed in order to keep my immune system in good condition.
Mm-hmm.
Masking up, social distancing, doing different things, not ready just to get back out into the regular things I was doing. Just because it was still kind of unclear what was going on, but knowing that the travels that I have that's coming up, I didn't want anything to hinder that anymore. So that's why I took it. Now, outside of that, I think what everyone is saying is correct. We have to look at the other things outside of just taking the vaccine. And I'll even say this to the conversation that Maritha and everyone had last week. I
Mm-hmm.
don't believe it needs to be mandated. What you choose to do for your body, whether taking it or not, that's totally up to you. But what I think some people are suffering from is just a lack of concern for others. As the brothers have said, and as well as the sister, you have to make a choice. You're going to do one or the other. You're
Mm-hmm.
either going to, or of the three options, you're either going to take the vaccine, you're either going to improve your own health, or you're ready to die.
Right.
But it's just kind of this. I guess I'm just tired of seeing a lot of people are just like, I'm just not going to do anything, just taking a risk. But it's not just a risk for themselves; it's for others.
Right. And then I don't like when people are saying they're going to take the risk, but you haven't even. You know what? Let me reset. Of all of this, the thing that bothers me the most is people's process, or how they decide what they're going to do. I'm really bothered by that. Like people aren't doing enough research on all angles. Like there's scientific, legit scientific reasons to not take the vaccine, and there's also legit scientific reasons to take the vaccine. Right? There's not a black and white. Like it really kind of depends on what you're talking about. Like one instance is if you're going to be neglectful, right? Sister Melita and Brother Ketta, like, listen, you being neglectful, you need to get this shot. you out here wilding, right? Like you need to get that. And there's other things like, listen, if you're willing to do your due diligence relative to a holistic approach, then you don't have to subject yourself to this risk because there's no long-term study specifically for these COVID vaccinations that said it's safe. Not yet. We're kind of in the middle of the experiment now, and there's certain information that's not being shared so that you can make a proper decision. But then people aren't willing to go the extra mile and get information beyond what the news is saying. Right. For example, CDC is reporting that the recovery rate for COVID-19 with the Delta variant, Delta variant remains at 98% for those who are unvaccinated. So if you're unvaccinated, you got Delta variant, the recovery rate, according to the CDC, is still 98%. However, if you have those underlying conditions that I was talking about, that doesn't apply to you. So now I expect people to say, okay, let me weigh this out, right? If I'm clear, like I can say that I'm not getting the vaccine. I'm telling people I'm not a person who gets the vaccine, and this was long before COVID-19. When I went to Ghana, shout out to Ghana, they require a yellow fever vaccination. I wasn't willing to do that. This is 2017, so I got a religious exemption. So I'm not big on certain vaccines. I'm like, nah. I think I can take a holistic approach and I can prevent yellow fever that way. That's just me. Mm-hmm. But even when I took this information, I looked at the underlying symptoms. Remember, my hard line is, I'm not taking the vaccine. But listen to me. If I have one of those underlying conditions, or if I live with someone, right, like a grandmother, or I have a child who's been battling certain things, then I'm going to weigh it differently. You see, I'm talking about if I didn't have the holistic knowledge, I don't have that, right? And now it's either get vaccinated or not. I'm going to weigh all this out. I'm going to go beyond what the news is telling me and get the full information so I can make the best decisions for my family. And everyone knows I'm not a vaccine person. That's not me, but I'm going to tell you, I'm speaking from, I don't have any of those issues. If I have those issues or live with someone, I'm telling you, I might make a different decision if I don't have the holistic knowledge. If I don't have that, listen, I don't want to feel the burden if I live with my grandma and I don't have the symptoms or I don't have those underlying conditions, but she has a problem. And then she catches COVID through me. I was asymptomatic. It came through me. I had no problems. But then she got it. And then she ends up getting severe COVID illness and she passes away. I'm talking about if I didn't have the holistic knowledge. Yeah. That would weigh on me, man. Yeah. It would. So I'm just saying the process, people aren't taking all information, gathering everything together, weighing all risks, both for the vaccine, against it. I'm really bothered by how we're just taking what they're saying and running with it. And now we're mandating. There's coercion involved. If you don't take the vaccine, you fired. You don't take the vaccine, you're paying $200 extra a month on healthcare. And what's funny is healthcare is already ridiculously expensive. Yeah, like it's ridiculous. And now we're taking that approach, and I'm like, yo, we're not even thinking things through. We're just that's what not for the long preachy thing. This time,
that was good. That was good, bro. But the thing is, there's one thing. Even to Troy's point, And Troy went really deep on part number 3, with some folks are just suicidal in some senses. But I'll take it even a stretch further. They don't care. Some people just do not care about their health.
Oh yeah.
I mean, even before COVID. Now, now tell me, I'm pretty sure some of y'all saw coming out of Popeyes, McDonald's, whatever you want to call it, be about 330 pounds. Get the double Whopper, value size with the large Coke. Some people just do not care, dude. They will go to work 8 to 10 hours, will not spend 1 hour working on their own health, will not research what they need to be putting into their body, will not drink water, not even think about drinking water. Some people do not care. How much research is out there. It does not matter who is talking to them. Some people just do not care. I'm not surprised by you not wanting to take a vaccine. You've done the research. You've also weighed the alternatives.
Right. And I've taken vaccines before. Let me make that clear. I was military. I've had vaccinations the year 1998 before we go to Korea. It was at least 6 shots that you had to get. Hold on, 1, 2, 3. I don't know, 6, something like that, 5 or 6. Right? I mean, that's just. Listen. So I'm not trying to be black or white here. I'm just saying people are case by case analyzing. And let me add this too before y'all jump in on this one. The CDC is now saying they're no longer going to report if someone gets the infection and they've already been vaccinated. So if you're vaccinated and you get the infection, they're not reporting that anymore.
Wow.
So you can't even really measure the efficacy of the vaccine to know if it's effective or not. Yeah, and anyone can Google that. Remember, this is the place you can challenge. Anybody can Google what I just said. The CDC is no longer tracking that. So now when you look at these numbers, overwhelmingly, of course, they're going to say unvaccinated. I mean, that's and listen, again, we've already gone over it. But again, if you're a person with those underlying conditions, you have a different type of decision to make. If you're not going to listen to Sister Melita and Brother Ket on the holistic route, which will reverse your situation, but if you're not willing to do that, you need to get the shot. That's it.
Brother Cat, one thing I'd like you to address, because I think sometimes, people that talk about holistic health, I don't care how much we say certain things, they think that we're against medical institutions. Like, I know when there's an emergency. Right. I know CPR. As a matter of fact, with my younger son, the reason he lasted as long because I knew CPR. So, and I'm not against the institution. I do ask questions and things like that. I'm very involved in the process. And so for those who either because of their job or because of travel or whatever, what would you recommend they do before and after the shot if they must take it? Because I help everybody. People come and they say, hey, I'm not willing to change my diet. Again, we spoke earlier about this. I was like, well, you probably need to take the shot. But what you can do, I got some people that'll say, I'm not going to change my diet, but I'll drink the herbs. Okay, well, let's do, yourself. You're self-aware. I don't push what I do. I'm saying I was upset. This is what I do personally because of this situation. And that hurt a lot. But let's talk a little bit that if you must take it, what you should do before and after to make sure your immune system is, as strong as possible.
Well, not to, well, I guess I got to. Politically speaking, they it's against the law. They really can't make you take a vaccine for your job or whatever. So there are not only religious exemptions, but there are other sovereign type exemptions because it's your constitutional right. It's your body, so they can't say, "Oh, you got to take the vaccine or you don't." So if you really, really want to avoid taking a vaccine and you're going to do it, take the precautionary measures to take care of your own immune system, then there are ways that you can still get around the vaccine, because it's still is violating your constitutional right if you don't want to take the vaccine. So there are ways you can do that as well, be getting around that. Now, say you don't want to go that route and you shook and you just like, man, I don't know what I'm gonna do. There are ways to detox yourself of the vaccine as well. You know what I'm saying? So you do have other natural herbs that can also detox you of the detox. Now, I ain't gonna disclose them on here. You maybe have to holler at me in the back for that, right? But there are ways, you know what I'm saying?
Really?
There are herbs that can detox you from vaccination and from the
Right.
chemicals in the vaccines too. So that's just to put that out there. But and I'll say, I'll say this: I can fight. So you can at
What a
least
brother.
start with like sea vegetables. I'll put that. I'll throw that out there, right? Sea vegetables, like your wakame, your nori, the kelp, um, bladderwrack. Those sea vegetables have what we call alginate or sodium alginate, right? So this sodium alginate, what it does is it turns into like a gel, almost like a gum when it gets into the body. It's real gelatinous. That's why when y'all see sea moss, you can make the gel out of sea moss because it's automatically gelatinous, right? So the same thing with most sea vegetables. Once they get into your system, it turns into like a gel, and what it does is it pulls a lot of heavy metals and toxins out of the body. It'll eliminate out the body as it just kind of it acts as like a gum. You know what I'm saying? It just sticks to these heavy metals, which we know heavy metals, aluminum and stuff is in these vaccines as well. So it'll help pull. So that's one thing that I use. But like I say, I want to disclose all that, and you ain't coming knocking on my door right now. But you can remove vaccination naturally out of your system as well. So those are the two things I would do. You got a exemption where, and if they and even if they decline your exemption, like you got to say this, but if they decline like your job or something, refuses your exemption, you can sue them.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just that simple. So um don't be scared to exercise your right as well, because what they are doing by making it mandatory, that is actually illegal. And what people are doing by taking this vaccine, if you don't want to take it, but if you're taking it, you are you're in a sense you're giving up your rights. Your rights are being taken right up under your feet, and you don't even realize it. Um,
Right.
so those are the two options that you can do. You can either just cleanse it out of your system, or you can
Right.
go the exemption route for the
I'm gonna
vaccine.
I'm gonna support your point about um, the mandates and is there a lawsuit pending with this article? This was sent to me by a nurse who's on the front lines, and she was, there's a whole situation where they're being forced to take the vaccine. So that's kind of one of the, if y'all can see that, but the article is from the Defender, and they're talking about how the FDA disapproved Pfizer's vaccine, right? They're saying that the approval isn't a full license. FDA didn't initiate a full license. What they have is an emergency use authorization for the Pfizer product. So Pfizer has the EAU, and emergency use authorization type products, if you scroll down, said these EUA products are experimental under U.S. law. So both the Nuremberg Code and federal regulations provide that no one can force a human being to participate in this experiment. So they're saying you can go this route too, under these codes, and I'll put the article in the chat. But they're saying according to this, you have a case where they can't force you to take a vaccination. And also keep in mind with these mandates that you don't have any protection. So there's been at least 600,000 vaccine injuries so far. So I mean, 600,000 people who have taken the COVID vaccine has experienced serious damaging side effects, some permanent, some not. And so remember that they have these vaccines or the pharmaceutical companies have immunity. So if something happens to you, you're on your own. There's no suing anybody or there's none of that, right? Like they're protected. So that really makes it more complicated to me, where they're forcing you to do something and then there's no accountability if something goes wrong. You're on your own. That to me is just that for me. Again, I have no underlying conditions. I practice the holistic lifestyle that Brother Ket and Sister Melita are talking about. So, I can, for me, I'm confident in making my decision when I say, nah, I'm good. Because I'm doing other things to make sure that I'm going to be good to go. But this right here, no immunity and all of that. But if you want to get out of that, like Ket was talking about, this article, I'm gonna put it in the chat, and people can look at it for themselves, read it, take a look at it, and make a decision. There we go. It's in the chat. How y'all feeling?
Great.
Good. Do we?
Yeah.
Good.
It's great information. I'm just like absorbing. I'm taking lots of notes. This is beautiful, man. I appreciate y'all. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you're just joining in, we have Brother Ket and Sister Melita really break down a lot of the herbs and things that really do a good job of destroying viruses, fungals, bacteria, destroying those things in the body. They listed some things. I'm gonna kind of organize it and try to post it up on my page when I get a chance, so that people can kind of look at that.
Hello.
I do have one question, and this is something that I think will benefit people.
Sure.
For those who are either at the very beginning of their journey into eating better and taking herbs and things like that, or just people who want to learn more. I know a big piece of the puzzle is raw food and taking things without putting it on fire. But for those who tend to want to cook and make things still taste good, can either of you discuss more about things that maybe ways that you can season your food and have it still be a benefit to you health-wise, or things that you can do to make things taste better without sacrificing the nutritional value in the herbs of the food?
Vig wanted to taste good.
Melita was supposed to answer that. She was all ass.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. She's back.
You go first. Or you want me to go first, or you want to go first?
No, you got that. You got it.
Well, I was going to say, when we talked about probiotics and enzymes, and I've tried some of the best enzymes on the shelf, and some of them are good. Some of them don't even last past the shelf life. By the time they go through your stomach, I'm pretty sure you can recommend good probiotics. But one thing that we do is we do a form of cooking without cooking, if that makes sense.
Right.
Before refrigeration, fermented foods were how most people got their probiotic and enzymes in. And so let's say we get all our fruits and veggies. One day we take all our tomatoes, cucumbers, and we ferment all of that. Like, I don't know if on your journey, if some people have people come to me and they was like, I really like eating bell peppers, I like eating onions, but they tend to get gassy.
Yeah.
And so one way to eliminate that is through fermentation. And all that means is, let's say, for example, we'll make a chutney of cucumber, bell pepper, and onions. We'll cut those up, make a little chutney out of it. You put it in a mason jar, put it in water, salt, apple cider vinegar, let it sit for 3 days. The salt begins to break down that, and then you get enzymes and good probiotic that takes place in those 4 days. And we pretty much do all. We do our tomatoes that way. We do our mushrooms. I know it's more than what we can discuss on, right now, as far as if you haven't ever fermented anything. But that's one thing that we do, not only to cook our food without putting heat on it, but also to get our probiotic. So I don't take modern probiotic and enzymes. I just make, and I also do fermented drinks. As a matter of fact, the elderberry that I do, I take it and I add a couple other ingredients and I let it sit for a couple of days and ferment it. And that's a form again of cooking without cooking. And you get your probiotic and enzymes in. As far as recipes, of course, we'll be talking soon, Troy, about all the different books, Nourishing Traditions, Degenerative Disease, Weston Price. Those are some good readings that you can kind of get started on.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Well, fermentation is huge, and it saves so much room. It is just awesome. And we take that chutney and put on our salads. We put it on our sandwiches. We'll take tomato chutney. We'll make apple chutneys with coconut sugar and let that ferment. And it's just a beautiful, beautiful way. Because some children can't eat a lot of raw fruits and veggies.
Right.
And their body break it down. And so fermentation is definitely, cultured yogurt, like cultured foods. That's another way. Like yogurts. Those are at the top of people's diet. As a matter of fact, if I can say anything that should be at the top of your diet during this time, if you find that, like my family, we'll go through a whole box of, probiotics. We just take those fermented foods down because that'll give you more good bacteria. A lot of the people that I have that contact me about cancer, one of the first things I tell them, I don't know any way to get good bacteria into your system than fermented foods and veggies and cultured dairies. Not like
dairy?
Nut dairies.
Nut, okay.
Yeah, like coconut yogurt, coconut kefir.
Okay.
Those are things that I use with my children.
You said coconut yogurt?
Coconut yogurt and coconut kefir.
Me being simple in this game. You talking about I can just go to the store and pick up some coconut yogurt?
You can buy coconut yogurt, yes.
And I can just boom, boom, bam.
Now, Of course, I make my.
Of course.
But you can. Coconut kefir is a little bit more complex. Right. I used to make now modern yogurt is super simple, But anyway, I haven't made that much coconut yogurt or coconut kefir, but you can pick up those two items. So try to find the ones that don't have a lot of sugar.
Okay. Okay. And Melita, are you going to be? We talked about it before. Are you still trying to figure out how it's going to work? Are you going to have some sort of class relative to
cooking class? I am. It's been a higher demand for the cooking class. I took a break during COVID, but I'm trying to find the right place where we can still. Everybody is comfortable, to show people how to make fermented fruits and veggies, and because this winter, I'll throw this out there. This is another thing that I'm just kind of working on right now. I got a property out in the mountains, but just to kind of get away from people. But during this winter time, I don't want to be out and about. So we canned a little bit. We ferment some so that we'll have some things already ready and put in place to not be out in some of those crowds.
A cooking show from you would be an absolute hit, like for real. You should do it virtually. Don't even worry about finding a spot. Find somewhere, clean your own kitchen. For real, like do that. For real.
Seriously. We will promote.
Absolutely.
We'll get it done.
I'm gonna hold you to that, Melita.
Oh yeah, we'll get it done.
All right.
I'm trying to see if there's something I can show you today. Hold on, let me see. Just hold on 1 minute. I'm gonna try to show you a couple things. Give me a minute.
Health flex. I'm saying, that's what I'm talking about. Healthy lifestyle, man. This is what it's all about, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Imagine if we had advertisements, you know, my kids watch things from time to time on TV. Imagine if while they were watching something like Wildin' Out, it would cut to something that was fly and cool and looked good to eat on the TV, but it was like probiotic or cook with star anise or something like that. Like that's really where we need to be going culturally. You know what I mean?
Hey Troy, I know this. I need to get with Ket Wise because you know I'm still in my run game, so I'm trying to find some performance enhancing herbs to drop a few seconds and minutes off my run.
Yo, Hemby.
You could use you heard of what they call this tongue cat Ali. They got tongue cat Ali is a good one.
Tongue cat Ali.
Yeah.
What does that do?
So it boosts your testosterone level, but it give you a lot of energy. It's good for male stamina, you know. So it's good for running and running in the bedroom, but it give you good.
You said testosterone, so hey,
tongue cat, have you have you right.
You sell it on your website?
Yeah, you can find it on the website. But
tomorrow.
That you got Tribulus terrestris. That's another good herb for male. But you know I got a formula too, man, called Min Tonic, MIN Tonic. It's a formula that I make for just overall male wellness. And yeah, that wasn't good. That wasn't nice too. That's what he's churned. But it worked good, you know. I have much churn, but
I know it's gonna be in my shopping cart for running and for the post run.
Running and post running.
Yeah, you put that. Yeah, you put that in your drink before you post in. Yeah, you put that in, and you ain't want you be Forrest Gump around here. You take that and try to drink. You don't stop.
So let me see. So
yeah, so Tongue Cat Ali is a good one.
The
Tribulus terrestris trib.
You said
yeah.
tribulus?
Well, so if you get the mint tonic, then you don't really need the other ones I just mentioned because I do add those two into the formula. So it's up to you, but you can get one of those far as the running and all of that stuff. And those are powder, so you can make it into you can put it in your smoothies, before you go on your run or something like that too. But but I got other stuff for if you want to make a tea out of it, I got the Capadula, I got Strong Back, Man Back, you got Raw Moon. Yeah, man. You hear the Strong Back, you know what it's about.
I already know what time it is.
I grew up with that shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So those different type of herbs like that, man. Yeah, Strong Back, Capadula, Raw Moon. Yeah, a lot of those herbs I got from the island. When I went to Jamaica, I brought a lot of that, a lot of them roots and herbs back.
Shout out to
for the people.
So I have to play. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. No, you got. I just want to say strong back. They call it strong back because the root's so hard to get out. You gotta have a strong back to pull the root out. But yeah, but they give you a strong back. Them women like strong back men now.
Shout out to Brandy.
Yeah, I was gonna say I gotta play. Put my what's the name? The advocate hat on. I hate saying devil's advocate, but the other advocate hat on. And just ask you both, have you had any instances where what you've prescribed or what you've told people to use may not either A, really just didn't work flat out, or B, had a negative effect on the body?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the thing. I always, even with my students, I teach them. My students know more about the body than they know about the herb. Why? Because if you can't heal the body if you don't know about it. If you don't know the functions of it. Mm-hmm. So I never really give them. I don't give people. I always want to figure out. Okay, are you on medication? That's the first question I ask. What you eat? Are you on medications?
Right.
Whatever. Right. So I don't make those. I don't make those mistakes. You know, I try. So I try to be careful
Mhm.
with you know, with the client by knowing what it is that they on any medicine. So, for example, say a brother may want to use your hembe, but if he's taking high blood pressure medicine or if he's on heart medicine, then I won't give him that because it won't it the your hembe doesn't react right with those high blood pressure and what's the what other thing in heart medicine. So I don't give them that. So I always make sure you know,
Every,
if it's a particular herb, some
but
of these herbs are safe to use regardless, right? But if it's a particular herb, like if he just grab like I said, your hembe, I always make sure like, hey, before you take that, are you on this, or that? No, okay, cool.
right.
So I never really have a adverse effect because I always try to make sure um what the people are taking, and I know which herb is not going to react right or going to be okay for them to take.
Mhm.
Far as the herb not working, I know the herb gonna work, so I know what you not doing. You understand? So if I make this formula and 40 people say, yeah, man, this thing worked for me, this thing worked for me. And then this one person here say, oh, it didn't work for me and do nothing for me. I say, well, what you eat? That's the first thing I say. Well, what you eating? What you doing? Did you listen to what I said do? Man, I only ate a piece of pork chop one time, man. And, so, I said, well, then that's your problem right there. Or if you ain't drinking enough water, you
Right.
know what I mean? So it's always, it's never not well, let's say it this way. The herb is always going to work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now, will it take, everybody has a different time period or time reference when it will work for them. Some herbs may work quicker than another for one, at the same time too. I realized that with Gota Cola, and I realized that with hawthorn berries. Those two herbs, they take a long time to work. I don't know what it is, but it take a long time. So I sometimes switch. So I switched to the leaves. So I found out the hawthorn leaves actually work quicker than the berries. So I use the leaves when I want to help someone who has high cholesterol or heart issues, you see? And then the Gota Cola is good for the brain function, but for some reason you got to be real consistent with it for it to kick in. But when it start working, it work. You gonna know it's working, but it takes a while for it to work. So um, a lot of things about herbs is just you have to be consistent with it. You have to be consistent with it, and you can't put the things in your body that the herb is trying to eliminate. You understand? You working against yourself. Like you
Yeah.
can't say, "Oh,
Hustling
I'm
back.
a detox," and then you eating the foods that you trying to detox. That's just insanity. So I never really had a real issue with somebody who had an adverse effect,
Dope.
and you know what I mean.
Dope.
Mm-hmm.
Dope. Thank you.
Does anybody in the comments too? If you have questions, I'm having trouble seeing the comments on my side. I'm not sure how it's looking for y'all, but if anyone has questions, we'll definitely try to get to that too. Um, yeah, I'm just now seeing some questions from a while ago. I'm like, man, I missed it. But Melita, I know you wanted to show us. What were you going to show us?
Let's see if I can get in the camera. One of the tomatoes, how I talked about fermentation,
Ooh.
Okay.
how we
Hmm.
preserve. But this is one, and we put herbs in there too. So again, they always getting, you know, basil or oregano, which is one of the best natural antibiotics that I know.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you've seen stuff like this in the grocery store, but they usually fill it up with distilled vinegar, and that shouldn't go in the body at all. This is just
Gotcha.
water, and then the best salt, Celtic or Himalayan,
Gotcha.
and then the herbs, oregano, something like basil, or there's a Zatar or Zayar. I forget how you pronounce it or whatever, but it's a really good spice blend. And this sits for a while. And the salt and the apple cider vinegar cooks the tomatoes. So by the time we eat them, they're really nice. They still have a crunch, but you get good enzymes and probiotics. So that's one of the things. And fresh cayenne, like he was talking about circulation during this time or blood pressure. But these are, some cayennes that we fermented also, and we'll take those and put them in soups at the very end. And like always living a life of probiotic enzymes, and then things that have medicinal properties, taking advantage of what's available.
Okay.
And even with the ginger, I fermented the ginger over here because you can get it in big volumes, but if you do it this way, it'll last a lot longer. And so now I'm not just taking ginger, but this probably has sat for months, and it has like a really nice buzz, which gives you enzymes and probiotics. And what enzymes and probiotics do, they help to support digestion, because it's not what you eat, but what you actually digest. And so that's why this is so important. And this is something I haven't done with 4 boys in the house. They can eat a whole bag of apples in a day. I haven't started this yet, but these are the apple cores that I save, and then I'll make my apple cider vinegar from that.
Okay.
And the same thing with when we cut up veggies, like our onions and kale and things like that, I keep the stalks and the ends, and at the end of the week, we make vegetable broth, where you're not just throwing all the good nutrients away, because we're not going to eat the stem. But if you simmer it for 24 hours on low, we boil it first, simmer it for 24 hours while everybody's asleep. In the morning, you're going to have this really nice, nutritionist soup, which would be very beneficial during the winter months.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tammy, you had
about like fruits. So like I have 4 large mangoes. That's like, I don't think I would finish them. What would you do for something like that?
Mango, I would either freeze them or I would turn them into a chutney. Like put them in a jar. Then you would take water, coconut sugar, and you can ferment that and then seal it, and it'll last. I would do like a mango chutney, or I would just freeze them.
Okay.
Say a word.
And I saved my seeds. I have actually I'm growing a mango tree from seeds that they eat.
I'm growing a sequoia tree.
That's awesome.
It'll grow at 3. I'm playing, y'all. Yeah, sequoia. That's them California redwoods that be growing like 300 feet. Yeah, I'm playing. But yeah, man, this is good stuff, man. I think Melita, remember we talked about a follow-up of this to kind of take things to another level for people who are interested, especially people who are interested in your class. And Ket Walls, I already see on your website you have an online course. I see right here, Holistic Health Dual Certification. So I think scheduling a follow-up on all this, taking it to another level, would help, because when you have this knowledge, you're just not going to move in a fearful way, like people are moving now in this pandemic. Like people really, I talked to someone the other day and they said one of their friends got COVID, and they just like their mental, the psychological effect. They're just so paranoid. People were already writing wills and everything when they get diagnosed. And I want to remind people, and I'm just giving you this so that you can make a sound decision on how you want to move. But the recovery rate for unvaccinated folks that get COVID-19 remains at 98%. 98% recover. And when I say 90%, most of these are mild to no symptoms. 98%, just saying. So, kind of help balance some of this fear that people are getting, like it's over, nothing I can do. And that's not true. That's not true. And Melita and Kat definitely have broken down so many things that you can do to get your body on point. I think a follow-up in a couple of weeks would be good if y'all are down for it. I spoke to Melita earlier. I know she's down for it. And Brother Kat, I'm putting that in your ear now because I know y'all are busy. And we can pick up the conversation. Does y'all have any final words on this particular topic? We're gonna kind of shift. If y'all gotta go, we can let some of y'all go because we're gonna shift into the lighter side. I have plenty of jokes in here ready for these next couple of topics. Tamara, I'm hoping you can stay because I know you have a take on. There we go. So see, so y'all have any final thoughts on holistic health versus COVID-19?
Just take care of yourself out there, y'all. It's everybody, drink plenty of water. A lot of people who gasp for air, right, and need the ventilation and all that is because your lungs are. It's a sign of dehydration. So make sure you try to get you a gallon of water in today, each day, or at least have your body weight in ounces. So definitely start increasing your water intake. Take some type of herb, or once a day, twice a day. I don't care what you take. Take something for the immune system. Take something for your respiratory system. Um, Remember, I tell you to use the bathroom. Try to take a shit. Take shits. Do what you gotta do. If you ain't taking no shit, then you realizing that you need to force yourself to take a shit. And I say it like that because I'm talking to my people. That's how y'all relate, right?
Right.
So, but I can talk intelligent if I want to. But sometimes I like to keep the shit gutty, right? That's just me. That's who I am. So definitely use the bathroom. And this is how we go heal. This is how we make ourselves whole again. That's all. And heal means to make whole. That's all it is. It comes from the Latin word helan, which means whole. So that's all it is. So just healing is making yourself whole, right? So you're not just true self if you ain't healed, if you ain't healing, if you ain't healthy, however you want to say it, right? But that's all it is about, just making ourselves whole again. Thus, you get this term holistic health, but it's just talk. It's coined by a white man. At the end of the day, there's no such thing as holistic health. Like our ancestors was living holistically. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have a term for it. This is what the white man gave us, and so this is what we're using. But at the end of the day, it's just being one and then being in tune with nature. Get outside and get some sunlight as well. You need the vitamin D to help with the immune system. So also get out there and get vitamin D. It is really not such thing as vitamin D. It's a hormone. It's already in you, but it cannot be secreted unless you're interacting with the sun. So that's how you're going to get your vitamin D. So sunlight, water, take shits, stop being so stressful, have fun, smile, raise the eyebrow at a child. You know what I'm saying? Hug your wife. You know what I'm saying? Don't be so fearful out here and stay off social media so much and stop listening to all these damn people that just be, research some of the shit these people saying. The virus ain't real and all this stupid shit. Niggas is dying out here. This shit is real. So I'm not the one that's gonna say it ain't real and all of that stuff, right? But follow those, man. Get some rest. I'm about to take my ass to bed too. So get some rest. And this is how you can keep yourself, whole. You know what I mean? But don't be fearful, people. Don't be fearful. This is a virus. This is evolution. This is how things happen. It's trillions of viruses on the planet. You only hear about this one all the damn sudden. You see, so don't be so fearful. It may be some shit worse than this. They went to straight to Delta. What about Alpha and Beta and all them other things? They ain't went to them. You know. I'm just talking shit now because I'm about to get on, right? But
Hey.
I love all y'all. I love all y'all on the panel. I love all y'all listening and whatnot. But just take care of yourself, man. Take care of other people. Don't be scared to take care of other people too. If you see people, slipping, like, yo, man, you should do this, you should do that. Do what you need to do to enhance yourself and others. Don't forget that, man. So that's all I got, y'all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, respect.
So,
Appreciate that love, bro. Hey, I'm coming for
right.
that mint tonic. I'm gonna
Get
check
that
my
mint
time
tonic, man.
earlier. I'm checking my time.
You got children?
Oh yeah, I got two. I ain't trying to have no more. I'm good. I got a good number. I got a matching set.
All right, I'm just making sure.
Yeah. Hey,
All
no.
right, but yeah.
Checking my stats before running. Not the other stat. The other stat's gonna go unposted.
My man. There you go. All
Appreciate
right,
you,
yo.
bro.
I'm out of here, y'all. All right.
Yeah, man.
Bro.
Hold it down, brother.
All right.
Appreciate
Peace.
you,
Peace and
man.
love, yo.
Peace.
Bless
Yeah,
up.
man. For people watching, I put his website and stuff in the chat too. So, and Melita's information. So whenever y'all ready, you know what I'm saying, click on his stuff. And he redid the website. I see it now. So it's a little more, yeah, it's nice. It's nice. You can flow with it. Sister Melita, any closing words of wisdom that you
I think he summed it up. Outside of don't get overwhelmed, take one day at a time. If you're at the beginning of your journey,
Yeah.
There's a proverb that says, in the multitude of counselors, there's safety. As a matter of fact, I'll be calling him sometime this week. I know I've been at it for 15 years, but I'm always, seeking to, learn and add to the knowledge that I have and seeking out people in different areas. I mean, we have different areas that we've studied out more, and I've done a lot with children and things like that, just kind of working on myself. So
Word.
I'm the project now, but that's all it. Don't get overwhelmed. Just, get started. And he said everything else.
Okay.
And probiotic, I do, fermented foods, but if not, I meant for him to mention the type of probiotic. Please don't just get anyone off the shelf because a lot of them are not stable enough to go past your stomach acids. And once something starts selling, everybody want a piece of it. What's that company? People pronounce it different ways. Monsanto. The biggest genetic. He has a organic baby formula, Earth Best. That's his baby formula.
Wow.
So, once something starts selling, everybody want a part of it. So you want to make sure that you get it from good farmers, good people, that the company has integrity.
Say word.
And we'll help you with all of that, lead you in the right direction.
Say word.
That's it for me. I'm going to bed too.
We appreciate you, Melita. And for anyone watching, I think Miss Thomas, I put Melita's information in the comments, so you can get in contact with her on the personal page, on the League of Intelligence page, and I'll put it on the YouTube channel too, so that anyone who wants to get in contact with these two knowledge-filled people who are on point, who yield real results.
Well, we appreciate you and having a platform of education.
Appreciate that. Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody have a good night.
You
Thank
too.
you, everybody.
Good night.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are shifting a little bit, a lot of it. You see the flow on the bottom there. You know what I'm saying? Where we're gonna go with this, and we got some lighter things to discuss in lieu of all of that. Be safe, do what you got to do, but it's time to switch up a little bit, right? We gotta. We'll let Busta Rhymes kind of get us going a little bit. I won't play it because I don't want Facebook to shut me down. But hold on.
Yeah.
Hip hop music.
Don't worry about it. You keep on flowing. I got my men's tonic coming. We'll be here Monday.
So we got Sha'Carri Richardson, right? We got the Olympics happen, Prefontaine Classic happen. We got trash talking versus people bashing black women. We got the number one rule in track. I don't know. I think even if you didn't run track, I think you know what the number one rule in track is. Right? Even if you didn't run, you know what the number one rule is. Especially if you're going to do this right here. Like, you know what that rule is, right? So, how do y'all want to proceed? How y'all want to do? Because I got jokes.
Hold up now.
I'm trying to support.
We talking about trash talking, but the host of this show is one of the best trash talkers I've ever known in any sport.
See, I wasn't even gonna say nothing.
But so I look at it two different ways, man. Two different ways. Number one, yeah, you ain't supposed to talk trash when you come in last.
Come on, talk, man.
But I'll say for the sport of track, though, you already know you got to have a healthy ego. So I mean, if you don't believe in yourself, nobody else is.
Say word.
But that being said, this sister needs a role model.
You know, role model?
This sister needs a role model, man. I mean, like she went from having like a bad month to a bad day to what was it? The other night, Allison Felix tried to help the sister out, give her some positive words, and then within minutes, she bashed the sister that tried to help her out.
Like, come on. What we doing? Allison Felix. What we doing?
Yeah.
First I had to read it twice. I'm like, hold up. She said what?
Didn't make sense, man.
She's got to have a better team, bro.
So for people who don't know, Chris, we gotta set the table low. So Allison Felix went on Jimmy Kimmel. Stephen A. Smith was filling in. They're having a conversation. Sha'Carri Richardson comes up. Why did she come up? Because she was talking. She said to the Jamaicans, "Y'all got to come see me." Right? She says, "Y'all got to come see me." She goes on she mocks her teammates when they dropped the baton, or not baton, but they had a little issue in the relay 4x4 mixed, whatever it was, or the 4x100 something. She was trolling them by saying "Miss me yet" on Twitter, right? She make a little video with the Nicki Minaj voice, and she's like, you know what I'm saying? You have no idea. And I took a little break. Now it's game time, right? It's just doing a lot of talking.
Yeah.
And then when race time came, dead last. So everyone's hounding her, roasting her, because that's what you do. That's what happens when you talk. You're gonna get roasted.
Yeah.
It's been a bad year. It's been a bad year for Team USA in track and field.
Allison Felix come on TV trying to help the sister out, and she gonna talk about you being fake.
Hold up. Twice.
What I'll say is that, and this is no knock to the sister. She's young. She seems like she is motivated and ambitious. Doesn't seem to be well informed on some areas, but overall,
I'm being nice.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I think what we're witnessing is the difference. She shouldn't have said this shit, obviously. You know what I'm saying? She had a poor mentality, poor mindset. The things that she was doing is backbiting. You're disrespecting your sister at the end of the day, right? And you look whack doing it. Like you look real whack doing what you're doing. I'll also say that we're seeing the subtle differences between different tracks for athletes. So athletes who come up through like the collegiate ranks and get into professional sports, many times their education is tied to them performing in a certain sport. Many times, if you're really, really good, a lot of times you may get like some coaching of some sort in terms of like media coaching. And it doesn't seem like she got any those things, you know what I'm saying? And you would, so
I would feel you. I would feel you, bro. But she was at LSU and she decided that, you know what?
She left. Right?
Yeah, I'm that chick. I'm out.
Right. She left.
Listen, y'all being nice right now, philosophical. Tamara, go ahead. Get in there.
No, I don't have any excuse for her behavior. And quite honestly, I like the post that you did a couple days ago, I'm in complete agreement with. Yeah. I really do have a problem for the people who are defending her. I mean, I think we're in this age where it's like, if you say anything bad about her behavior, we're bashing Black women. And that's not the case. Her behavior is trash. And I can support her and want her to get better. But I do not agree with everyone who's like, well, why are you all, okay, I understand her mother passed away. Sorry that happened. The whole the issues like with the drugs or with the weed. Okay, maybe that could have been handled differently, but they have to change the rules. At the end of the day, her behavior has been horrible. And we can't give her a pass just because she's a young Black woman. I want her to succeed, but I want her to be quiet as well.
See, y'all are saying the behavior is horrible. I'm not even saying it's horrible. I'm not even saying it's bad. Right?
No,
I'm not.
You gotta win.
All I'm saying is
trash talking and just.
Well, yeah. Listen, I love trash talking. I'm a trash talker. You are a bum. That's it. Right? Like that's you. You a bum. That's it. Right. Now, I'm not going to take that on in an interview. Right. I have people endorsing me and stuff. So that's different. But behind the scenes, I'll troll you a little bit, right? I'll talk a little trash, like, yo, you're not really.
But she's went beyond that. Like the whole thing with Allison Felix. Okay, that's not trash talking. That's just you being disrespectful.
But listen, I don't know. I don't know about that part. Now, I'm gonna have jokes for it. But listen, if I'm only saying that because I've dealt with people who will big you up on a platform. True. But then what people don't know is there's a different thing happening. Like we have run-ins behind the scenes that people don't know about. Yeah. And maybe Sha'Carri is just like, listen, I ain't with that. I ain't on that. You trying to big me up, but I'm not playing the role of right or wrong. All I'm saying is if you gonna talk it, you gotta be willing to take it.
So what you saying is if she's trying to pull a Mayweather, you gotta be 50-0. You can't come in dead last.
I'm just saying when I talk trash, when I lose, I eat that. That's it. I lost. I eat it. There's no no comfort me, coddle. Oh, I went going through. Nah, ain't none of that. I talk. I was talking. Yeah. Right. And I got my foot put in my mouth. I got shut up. So I eat that. That's it. I'm just saying for people who don't understand how it works.
Oh, that's definitely how it works.
And now you get roasted.
That's supposed to be how it works.
Ain't got nothing to do with I don't like Black women. Ain't got nothing to do with me trying to stick together. It's none of that. This is sports. You were doing this, and now you got to get this work.
But Tam is right though. I don't know how the whole hating Black women thing came into the point where it's just like,
because people
are you watching what's going on? She
got
beat by 3 other sisters. Well, in fact,
hold on, Chris, you're being too nice. She came in dead last. The number 1 rule in track, you don't come in last. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. People can beat you. You can come in 5th, 6th. You do not come in last.
I'll say this. It was the first time I ever seen somebody who came in dead last get the post-race interview. I also gonna keep on running into the locker room.
Train wrecks get views. Yeah. Right? They want to see that. You had to know they're gonna troll you now, so you had a commercial. About see you at the finish line. Oh, you just came in dead last. Yo, Sha'Carri, look here, man.
and that's what I hit up Marifa about, like during the race. Like they keep showing the commercial. She just came in last.
Oh, they're trolling her.
You gotta eat, Tamara. Listen, I mean,
no, I get it. Okay, well, I guess maybe some of the Black women backlash has come because it's more so. I think some of the things that I've seen has been less about her performance, and it's been everything else. So think about like with the first race, I've seen things like she's so manly, the hair, the nails, the lashes. Okay. So they were talking more about the aesthetics as opposed to the race, and I think some of that is still carry on. So it's like if you go trash talk, that's fine. Maybe let's keep it to the sport. But some of it has actually been with everything else. I'm just trying to play all the different angles that why there has been some issues.
Yeah. See, I don't pay attention to people who doing that kind of thing. Now, that's they got a different. They got issues. They got problems. You gonna talk about the woman? She look like a man or what? Come on, man.
And they do that about like a Ting Mo who runs the 800 class. His sister, 19 years old, carries herself of class. Great interviews. Yeah, just Gets great interview, smiles, walks off. That's how you're supposed to do after you don't whooped everybody in line.
And let me say this too to anyone who's still watching. Y'all don't really care about no Sha'Carri Richardson, man. I be seeing y'all making posts talking about lessons from Sha'Carri and people are flipping all this. Y'all don't even be spelling a woman's name right. Right? Like you can't even spell the woman's name. Like, stop, man. You don't care anything about this woman.
Yeah.
I was hoping that not this last race, but I was thinking she probably might have hit a chance. I wasn't expecting dead last.
She nice though. Like, she has real skill, talent, and speed. Like, she ran a 10.7 too. Like, and she's young.
And I'll tell you, I'm a track and field junkie. Ran all my life. I love track and field, and the first person I was gonna hit up if Sha'Carri actually made it to the Olympics and won, I was gonna be right on Marie for like, yeah, baby, number one. We back here, huh? Yeah, you, and don't worry, a few of my brother, because you were Team Jamaica all along. Elaine Thomas was on
correct.
Correct.
I think I have to be Team Jamaica. Like, I have no choice. There's no. What would they say about me if I wasn't? Like, I'm locked in on that.
Hey, you still shut down to me, baby, all day long.
But listen, I was defending Sha'Carri Richardson.
I know you were
with the Jamaican folks. I was like, yo, because they were already clowning her, like, yo, she's real boastful, she's real arrogant, and I was like, well, she can be all that, but if she delivers, what can we say? Like, that's part of sports. Yeah. But then when she came in dead last, now you got to get this work, man. That's how it works.
I think the unspoken thing too, a lot of times, and this is unfortunate, but this is just the nature of the beast that we're in, is that fame is a big piece of the puzzle too. You know what I mean? Okay. People coming from relative obscurity, sure, she ran what she ran, and in running circles, she's the shit. But then from a global perspective, a national perspective, and then being able to look down at your phone and see so much praise coming your way, when it kind of hypes someone up who's already a shit talker to even shit talk even more. And then when you fail, quote unquote, not even quote unquote, fuck it, you came in last, you failed. on a global stage, now the ego comes into play because it's like, damn, I done talked all this shit. Damn, there's a whole generation of people who have been rooting for me, seeing me, listening me talk this shit, the same. Right. So I think all that comes into play. And then also money. I think a lot of times people feel like, you know what, I have to hold down the sponsorship still. So I think that what she did, as quote unquote off-putting as it may have seemed, or as whack as it might have been, because you lost, I think there's a segment from a marketing perspective that can spin what she did as, oh, she's a never say die, she doesn't quit. You look like
nah.
Can't do that. Me, you know why?
I'm not saying that you guys will accept it. What I'm saying is there's a spin, and trust me, there's no money invested in it, huh?
There can't be a spin. You know why, me? Because after she said, she goes, "I'm not done." She said, "I'm not done." You know what she did? She dropped out of the 200 meters and went home. Quit. She was done. Yeah. So you can't even spin it.
Hey. Yeah. I'll say it like this: if she would have came in second, we're probably not having this conversation. If she comes in third, we're not having this conversation.
Absolutely not.
Top five. We ain't even. You just got beat.
She came in a distant ninth.
Yeah.
On a fast track, I was like, "Did this really just happen?"
Yeah.
I wasn't surprised.
Dead last.
Yeah, dead last. I didn't see that.
I was surprised dead last.
I was, but see, only dead last because around the 40 meter mark, when she realizes it ain't happening, like, I'm getting left.
Nah, bro.
Yeah,
hey, I realized I was like this. Okay, she came out the block slow
and stumbling.
Oh,
and she stumbled at the blocks a little bit too.
Okay, she's down at the 20 mark, at the 40.
Once you listen, Shelly Ann Frazier Price is in the race. If you don't stay up with her the first 30, 40 meters, you're done. That's it.
Yeah.
She has probably the greatest start in track and field history. Right? Her reaction time is a beast. Everyone knows it.
Hey, All I was thinking was like this. Maybe she might need to get back on the weed if that's what actually had it for her, because it wasn't working. It was.
I just want people to stop whining and crying.
Oh yeah,
Let her eat that, man. You talking and people talk back. It's all good. People still want Sha'Carri Richardson to be on point. I still want her to be a top contender, set records, do all of that.
Yeah,
I'm just an advocate for if you talk trash. First of all, I want her to talk trash. I like it. I can't speak for everyone else.
Everybody's favorite athlete talk trash. Muhammad Ali talk trash. Yeah,
everybody. But then don't get mad when it don't work out and people talk trash back. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works.
Yeah.
Let me troll. That's how it works. I've earned the right. Let me troll you now. What place did you come in? Oh, okay. Did you get on the podium? You didn't? Oh, all right. At least you came in 5th. Oh, you ain't even top 5? Yeah, I got jokes, man. And those are light. This is light work. This is nothing compared to what it really could be. I'm from Chucktown, East Oak Forest. Hoop was in the building. I'm telling you, it can go to a whole nother level of trash.
And you could tell who grew up around that and who didn't. You know what I mean? Like you could tell, like who didn't grow up leaned against the car, dissing each other. You know what I'm saying? Like outside, like that's how we grow up like that.
I tell them this is nothing. That's nothing. Everything she received was light work.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
Full disclosure.
Society people are like, no, they sensitive. They don't want you to do that. They don't want you to go against her.
Birds. I got jokes. Get these jokes, man. She was talking. I love it. Talk. I like talkers.
I'm about to say, hey, this is the cleanest trash talker you've ever seen. This man's trash talked the whole team, not said one curse word. Okay.
Remember when I said the N-word to the referee though and he threw me out the game? Oh man. I said this nigga ain't God. Oh man. Automatic ejection. Threw me out quick, boy. I never been ejected before. I was like, oh, what? I'm out of here. That's cool.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. I be talking, man. I don't know how y'all roll. Chris knows. He's experienced it. You know what I'm saying?
The only man I've ever seen that's had the other team that want to fight him and his own team that want to fight him at the same time.
Let me tell you, don't be a bum on my squad. Don't do that. Don't be the weak link.
That's an impressive stat, bro. Troy, I don't know if you've ever seen that before, where you got your own team and another team want to fight you at the same time.
It's like
I'm trying to think if anyone has anyone physically ever tried to. It's been a minute, so I've been pushed. I think that's about it. Because I'll start laughing, and I'll be like, "Yeah," and they'll stop because they know I'm trolling. But, yeah, man. What's wrong? Isn't it fun though? This is where you get the stress off. Like,
absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if we're going on the court, first thing I'm gonna do is size you up. Like, you're not that good. I can already tell by the way you stand and walk. Like, you here for cardio, right? That's why you here. That's
it's the mental aspect.
Football is your real sport, right? Because that's the common excuse when you can't hoop.
It's the mental aspect of the game, dude. It is the mental aspect of the game.
That's it. We're going right here.
I love it.
Listen. I said the art of trash talk will be talked about too. Let me tell you, if we get on the court, right? There's so many different ways to get in people's head. Like everyone knows the most common type of trash talk, aggressive or non-aggressive on the basketball court, is let him shoot.
Oh yeah.
Let him
self-check.
And listen, that first shot you take is so critical.
He off.
If I say that to you and you miss,
that's a wrap.
That's a wrap. I'm gonna ride that. I'm gonna ride here. But and I won't even talk directly trash directly to you. Yeah. I'll talk around to my teammate. He a bum. I got him. Trash. I know you hear me, and I'm gonna watch how you react. Right? Like very few people, first of all, can talk trash and play at the same time without being upset. Right? That's one advantage I have. And number two, most people just have an urge. They have to respond.
Yeah.
Like I must say, especially if my girl's watching. Oh, don't let the queens be watching. Oh, sometimes.
I hit it with radio silence and just hoop. You know what I'm saying? Radio, and I might throw in like little little things as I'm scoring or as I'm doing something. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm dropping buckets.
Radio silence.
Listen, buckets. Ask Chris. I'm getting buckets on you.
He's gonna get buckets. He's gonna get buckets.
Hey,
The first time I ever played with him, I'm like, yo, this dude is crazy, man. This dude is gonna talk the whole entire game. He scored a few buckets. I'm like, you know what? Carry on.
Now I don't go as aggressive as I used to go. I'm not gonna lie. I never fell back, but Chris don't. I'm trying to think if Chris talk trash. I don't think Chris be talking no trash like that. He just be hyped though. Yo, Chris, remember UBE? Do you remember UBE?
Yeah.
You remember UBE?
UBE
is the form of basketball that we made up when we were playing in the I-9 league. It was ugly but effective. We stayed in the 2-3 zone because this one team could just. So the only way we could deal with them is to stay in the zone and slow down the pace. Real ugly looking, Vig. Like, Cam. I mean, it was slow. We called it UBE. Chris ain't talking no trash though. He was just hype. Like, yeah.
I just got energy. I got energy all game. Yeah, this dude talking trash.
Y'all don't talk no trash.
I couldn't. When I played basketball, I would just get ejected. So I'm not.
You were like
I got kicked out quite a few times.
You had the temper.
So you would be the one that gets under my skin.
Yeah, I'm searching for you, T. T, I'm sorry. I am. Oh yeah, that's what we want. We want the hotheads. Can't control. You mad? Oh, you mad?
Oh, yeah, mad.
That's what we want. Come on, T. You fell for that? No.
Yeah. And I would. You know.
Oh man. T, don't do that, man. Vig, I don't.
Radio silence. You know what I'm saying? Like even when I'm playing cards, shooting pool, shooting dice, I'll be silent. I'll throw on like killer jokes throughout.
Yeah,
that's how I'm winning. You know what I'm saying? But I'll stay ready. And to me, that shit pisses someone off more because if I'm playing someone like you, Marifa, who like talks a whole lot, you need me to talk to feed off of it. Even when you losing, you need to feed off of something. So I know that.
Right.
Silence.
Right. There's a dude. He was younger than me, definitely more talented than I was in basketball. Named Julio Anthony. Went to VCC, played overseas and all that. Julio was a quiet assassin, man.
Yeah.
No matter how much trash you talk to him, he don't care. He about to get buckets on you. That's all he knows.
I might chuckle after a while, like, haha.
Yeah, he ain't affected at all, man. Yeah, players like that, players who could figure it out. That
Absolutely.
You don't give me nothing to feed off of.
Nothing to feed off of.
I'm not really motivated to play because I'm only here to talk trash, really.
Yeah.
We keep it $1.50. I'm just here to I'm here to troll you.
Well,
right. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the sideline talking. I am talking. That's it. And then, but the thing is with Shakari, this I want to understand. But when I lose, listen, I lost. There's no getting mad about it. There's no like taking it personal. Nah, I talked and I lost, and I have to eat that. This is why I'm looking at Shakari like, yo, you not. Oh, well, I'm not mad. I'm just saying, people.
It may be hard because she does take it personal. It seems as if she does.
Yeah. So
you know what? I don't mind the fact that she takes a few things personal. It's just how you handle it. Because I ain't gonna lie, I will tell you this: I hate to lose. I hate to lose in anything. I hate to lose at cards, basketball. I don't care what we're playing. I do not like to lose, and so it's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
And so, if I got interviewed after a loss, it probably wouldn't come out well either.
I don't know, man. It depends. If I'm a professional athlete, like I do this for a living, people paying me, I don't know how mad I can get. I don't know. It's kind of like when I was in the military. I'm in the Army, and we're in basic training, and then they're yelling in your face. They're all in your face, making you do push-ups. But I could never really. First of all, all that yelling don't affect me.
Yeah,
I come. That ain't nothing. Yell all you want.
Yeah.
But number one, you can't touch me. And number two, this is the real reason why I'm just like, how mad you want me to get? Like, y'all are paying me.
Yeah.
You're literally paying me for this. What am I mad for?
Yeah.
Ooh, do push-ups. Okay.
Yeah.
Like what? It don't mean nothing. So I don't know how mad I would get if I lost. Now I don't want to be embarrassed, so that's different.
I think she was embarrassed.
Being embarrassed is another.
But it goes back to the losing aspect of things, though, man. Well, like I can tell you like this, like through playing sports, races, I can't think of all the ones that I've won.
Yeah.
But the losses, no, you can go back to them losses quick and be like, God darn, man, I was depressed, man, that hurt. It's like a fight. Like if you think like coming up when you were a kid and you got into a fight, you ain't think about the ones you won. You're like, I fought this kid, I slammed him, I got a couple pieces, but the ones that you lost.
Do y'all talk trash? Like the only real sport I talk trash in is basketball. I mean, that's pretty much it. When you mention like cards, like I don't even know how to talk trash. What do you mean cards? Like I can't even control that.
Like in space or
I was about to say, don't come to my family reunion and get on that stage.
Dominoes, bid whist, I show pool.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Board games, I mean, whatever we doing, I'm trying to like win, you know what I'm saying?
I know you're trying to win, but are you talking? Are you?
Yes.
Yeah, but it's not like a constant, like in your face gorilla type thing. It's more like I'll be quiet and then like little sharp digs once in a while, or like little laughs. You know what I mean?
Oh, hold up, man.
Okay,
I don't know anything.
I'll
You
say
can't be quiet and play spades.
Say
That's
what
a
now?
whole conversation in itself. You can't be quiet and play spades. Like,
Yeah, but see, it's not to the same level as basketball. Like spades.
Talking a whole bunch of trash and they losing, and you just playing your hand like, man, keep it quiet because you just like.
Shut up.
Hold up. I don't know about you, but until that last book is there, I'm still gonna talk. I'm about to get this blind right here. We about to make this.
Right. I mean, I'll say a little something, but I can't like I can't see I can't control the psychological defeat like I can in basketball. Like basketball, like you can get demoralized. I can use the weather condition. It's hot out here. I already know you ain't even in shape like that either. Oh yeah, I'll wait till we get to point number 6 and then I'm gonna start because you already exhausted yourself to point number 5. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna start talking.
Come on, bro. I bet you if you got on NBA 2K Live or something, you're gonna be talking trash.
Nah, I'm big. I used to be big on video games, but what? I can't control that. What can I say? If you figure out the glitch in the game, and if you stand right here with Dirk Nowitzki, you're gonna hit them threes every time. What can I say to that? Like, hey, I don't. Yeah, it's different to me. Like, you might can talk, but I'm not gonna be as strong like if we on the court.
Yeah.
If we're on the court, or if we run track. I haven't lost a one-on-one race yet. Sprint. Now I'm smart on who I race, but I haven't lost one yet. Right?
So you the Floyd Mayweather of track.
Because I picked. There you go. Cherry pick. There you go. Cherry pick. You know what I'm saying?
I think there is something to there's competition, but then also there's like competition using your body. I think there's something about the like dominating someone physically that kicks it up another notch. You know what I'm saying? If you're just playing a board game, a card game, all right, I beat you, you know what I'm saying? But if I whoop your ass and we fighting, or if I'm just like running and I really beat you physically, I think there's another layer of confidence, you know what I mean, that comes with that.
Right.
You know what, man? Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna talk trash to Chris to where he's so mad he wants to push me. That only applies on the court. If you talk trash to someone like that on the spades table, you really gonna fight. Like ain't no. It's really gonna.
I think you go fight in either case. You
say what now?
I think you go fight in either case.
Come on, T. I think T is still.
Yeah, T's the hothead.
I have seen it both ways.
I never would have guessed.
I do both ways because on the
both ways. You're right.
But on the table it can as well.
Yeah.
I think
I've seen it.
I've seen it.
Have you ever fought over a spades game?
I've seen it.
I've seen it.
Dominoes.
I've never fought, but I've gotten real hot about it because they just
really?
talking.
I've never done it, but I've seen it.
Wow.
And the fighting don't really be happening over like someone winning or losing. It's a discrepancy in the game. Like, oh no, I played this, or oh no, somebody reneged.
Yeah.
Hold on. You played that heart, and I still got hearts in your hand.
Yeah.
But it's not. So it's not fun. Like, it's who wants to fight over y'all really want?
And then there's drugs and alcohol involved on top of that.
Okay,
a lot of times. So it's,
see, I don't drink.
Yeah.
I don't drink to get drunk. I don't do that. That's not what I do.
Troy. Nah, they don't. Everybody can be perfectly sober, and there'll still be a fight that breaks out.
Yeah.
I can't believe Tito. I'm looking at her like, yo, I never would have guessed. I promise you, I never would have guessed. Like she like, but you can feel it right now. Like, yo, you say the wrong thing, she go flip.
They just keep going, putting the cards on the head, and I need you to stop. I need you to stop.
Yeah, spades especially because I'm not sure how many of you guys grew up playing. I grew up playing bid whist, right? And bid whist is similar to spades, but I would liken it like spades is to bid whist as checkers is to chess, right? So for spades, whatever the dealer's dealing is what you're playing, unless you're stupid and slow and you can't look at the damn board, then it's basically a luck game. You know what I'm saying? But with bid whist, it takes skill because there's multiple trumps. You can bid high or low. You can bid where, like there's so many ways to bid. It takes more skill and less luck.
Hold up, Troy. Hold up, bro. Nah. You need some skill for spades, bro. Hold up. Hold on. How to play your hand? T, tell him now.
I don't know,
play
man.
your hand right.
You gotta play that hand right now.
Yeah.
You do gotta play your hand right. But
I mean, you do.
If you my partner, and we play this game, and we go 4 over, and I see that you had 4 in your hand that you didn't play, now me and you might have to fight.
Spades is kind of easy though.
It's real easy though.
It's an easy game, man. All you gotta do is read the board. You know what I'm saying? That ain't that difficult. That's why people get mad, I think. Not that difficult.
How you missed that?
Maybe right you on the game.
Yeah. Like, don't cut me. Don't do that. Don't be my own partner and cut. What are you doing? It's an easy thing to pay attention.
There's a pathway. There's a reason why you should cut somebody, but you gotta have like a monster. Like you gotta be going out after that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. See.
Yeah.
Man. See, I can tell y'all, I think y'all get more serious over cars than y'all do against like the physical sport. Well, not T across the board. She hyped with it either way it go.
She ain't having it.
I didn't know that. I think you get a little more aggressive too when it comes to cars rather than basketball.
I like winning, man. You know what I'm saying?
That's
you want to win, I like winning. That's
it.
what it is. I'm a competitive dude. You know what I mean?
Well, that's because like everybody says, "Oh, just play for fun." There's no fun in losing.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna have fun if I'm gonna lose.
I'm not gonna have fun up to that point, but then if I lose, like yeah.
But how much can you
look? If I'm losing,
control on a card game or a board game, what ain't but so much you can do? No,
bro.
I mean,
I play chess. You know what I'm saying?
Now chess is different.
Chess is different. But I see most of these games like a version of that. Like you can really, most games are strategy games. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Like Monopoly, sure, some of it might be the luck of the dice, but then it's about how you flipping your money up, or Scrabble. I mean, like all of these things, there's the element of luck, but it's like a lot of skill involved too.
We done seen fights on Monopoly games too.
Look at T.
But I mean, but the thing is, like, I look at I look at every game as you know what I mean. You're not just playing the board; you're also playing your opponent because you know everybody's tendencies. The only thing I've ever played where you're really not playing your opponent is golf, because then you're just playing the course and it's beating up everybody. But
golf is hard.
Yeah. Other than that,
but T, man. See, I feel like I'm gonna take T under my wing. That's how I feel. I cannot let this woman let people affect her psychologically like that. I can tell you fall for the bait. I can't. What are you doing? Don't fall for the bait.
She chases the rabbit.
Oh my God.
Not on every game, but I would say, for example, if we playing a family game of Monopoly,
Right.
It's just the mere fact that you fell on my spot and you about to troll me about what you can do. I'm gonna let it slide for a little bit, but then we flipping the board because I'm over this.
You gonna flip the board?
We have flipped boards before.
Oh man.
Oh, so you that person.
I'm not that person.
Oh, okay.
But we have had boards flipped in games because it's just like, why are you doing this?
You didn't flip the board, T?
That is not that serious, but it really is. Yeah.
But you didn't flip the board?
I haven't flipped the board.
I'm not sure if I'm believing that. I don't know if I'm believing that. I don't know.
So she got teed out of basketball games.
Yeah.
She fought in spades games.
Right.
I never flipped the board.
Oh no, that's the only thing you ain't. All right, she's never flipped the board. All right.
Yeah, but I've never flipped the board.
2 out of 3. 2 out of 3.
Do you know when people are baiting you? Can you tell?
On the court, I could, but really at that point, I didn't care. So it's mostly like, I got kicked out because I done said something, cussed out the ref or cussed out the other player, and it's like, okay, you gotta get out of here. Mm-hmm. And I have no excuse. I have no excuse for it.
Oh man, but T, I feel like you still like this. I feel like it's in you still, like it's right there. See, now I want to invite you somewhere just so I can bait you.
But you know what?
Oh man,
what?
When you grew up, you couldn't show no weakness. You couldn't show that you were bothered. You couldn't show it, right? Like, don't be mad. You are mad. You don't show it. Yeah. Well, they gonna. Oh man, like if they say something and they can tell it bothers you, they're gonna say it for the rest of your life now.
Word. Hey man, that's when they smell it. They smell it.
Oh man.
But I think it propels some people too. You know what I mean? Like you grow up in an environment that's so pressurized. You have a situation where people are dissing you, and you feel like I can't really say nothing back. Some people internalize that in full, and some people internalize it and say, you know what? I'm going to show them. I'm going to show them. Maybe not even like via this medium. Like we could be playing ball. You busting my ass. I'm not a naturally good ball player. All right, you got that. But quietly, I'm going to study math and become, you know what I mean, like an astrophysicist, and then stunt on you with your, you know what I'm saying? Like people have that kind of mentality, and I think there's nothing inherently wrong with that. If you let it fuel you, then let it fuel you.
So what Brother Troy said is play to your strength.
Absolutely.
Hey,
it's all fuel.
What they say, man? Look, hey, if you can't talk trash on the court, you better learn how to fight.
Better learn.
You better be one or the other.
Better be a ridiculous nerd or something. Yeah. Listen though, I mean, I feel like once you've been embarrassed, like you can't go any lower. Like I've been on rock bottom, right? Like I've been embarrassed. So it's just like I'm immune. Like it don't even.
Yeah.
What you can't kill a man that's already dead. Like, what you gonna do to me? Nothing. I done been through all of that. Yeah. I've heard every joke said in front of the girl. All that. People take it serious and don't want to like label corny. All of that.
Yeah, I can't see.
You know what I'm saying? What can you? I feel like I'm unstoppable. Like what you gonna? What can you say to me at this point in my life where I'm gonna be like?
Because you warrior spirited. Some people are not warrior spirited. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so you saying right now you Eminem and 8 Mile at the end. What you gonna say about me now?
I don't even accept Eminem comparisons. He's trash. So that's how I feel about that. Huh? Even though you trying to make he trash.
It was a compliment.
No comparison.
A compliment.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. Even though you meant as a compliment, I'm still gonna be like, nah, he trash.
You're still not gonna take the Anglo-Saxon comparison.
Give me some Jada Kiss at the Garden. Give me that. Ooh, that's how I feel about it.
That's a whole conversation in itself.
Yeah, I feel like even with my son, because sports pressure. If we break it down, sports pressure is nothing, right? It's a sport. You lost. Okay, now what? What's the worst? You blew the game, right?
Well,
like I'm not talking about you blew the game like you missed the shot. Nah, you had the turnover.
Threw the ball. Yeah, that's the worst.
or you blew the layup. Like you had it, you blew it, you missed.
But,
Bunny, right?
But if you look at it though, man, like even you go to Sha'Carri, some people are only defined by one thing. She's defined by track. I don't believe we're ever going to be talking about her giving a commencement speech at anybody's college.
But see, I mean, but Chris, though, here's another reason why I don't have no sympathy. She's nice, like she's really fast.
Can we tell? We can't say that right now,
huh?
We can't say that right now.
Can't say it right now, but she's ran a 10.7 too. She ran that in college. Like she was the fastest. Like she's gonna if she handles her professionalism correctly, she's going to win races. And
you're only as good as your last race, and right about now, she's not very good.
But to me, that's my problem. Is she's indiscriminate of where that energy is going. So if you want to trash talk against your opponents, that's fine. I'm still trying to understand the problem she had with her own. Well, not necessarily her own teammates, but trolling. The U.S. team.
Yeah.
Unless some backdrop to that, it's like, where is this energy coming from?
That is cool.
Her components, or it's like she's just all over the place.
She needs attention. She needs attention. I mean, that's I think bottom line. I mean, this was an Olympic year, and basically, for track and field, let's face it, you do have the World Championships, you have the Diamond League, but for the most part, this is your time to shine. You should have missed it. All of it.
Yeah.
And so what are you gonna do? Yeah, you're gonna troll everybody else to say, hey, look at me, I'm still here.
What is she gonna do? Because no other person is doing that. She the only one.
Exactly. And there's a lot of folks that missed out. Donovan Brazier, who should have won the 800 for the men, didn't make it. Trayvon Bromell, I don't know what the hell happened to him when he got to Tokyo, but I was saying, like, man, this brother's gonna be
syndrome.
Huh?
It's off of Powell syndrome.
Good.
That's got the brightest.
That's a great example.
Yeah, he out of there.
Yeah. My brother in the 110 hurdles from the United States hadn't lost the entire
Holloway.
Grant Holloway hadn't lost in 4 years, and then gets there and, for lack of better words, chokes.
And Jamaica says, "Hold on."
And then the brother, I don't remember the brother's name. In fact, Jamaica's best hurdler doesn't even make it to the Olympics. So I'm thinking to myself, well, Grant, hey, this is an easy goal. The dude who came in third 5 years ago now excels the gold. Yeah. So Marifa's got another Jamaican gold medal.
And what's funny, today he hit like the last two hurdles in the Lassane meet, Diamond League today, and he came in like fifth. He ain't even placed.
So
winning the gold medal, and then like 2 weeks later, you back to being like, That's the way it go though. But Sha'Carri trolling her other teammates. Like remember on Facebook we talked about comparing her to Adrian Broner. Y'all know who Adrian Broner?
No, don't do it. Don't do that.
That's the path she's on.
Don't do that.
All the potential in the world.
Don't do that.
Poor management around her. Already immature, poor decision making.
Oh, don't do it. Don't do that.
That's Adrian Broner.
I hope not. But right now, like the snapshot, that's a perfect analogy.
Don't do it. I can't unsee it now, bro.
Yeah.
It's bad. Yeah. And then what's funny is me and Demid were talking on my post. We were trying to figure out who can help her with her professionalism, mentor her. We said Allison Felix. That would have been perfect. And then look what she do. She's like, no. You
might have to go old school and get Jackie Joyner Kersey in there or something.
Oh, the coat.
Yep.
In fact, Allison Felix is somebody who strikes me as someone who would be able to brush this off. Felix, brush this off and still mentor her. Like that would be the bigger flex, to brush it off, see the value in this young sister, and still mentor her.
You got it.
But the thing, he has to be receptive to it.
Right. Right.
At this point, not that she isn't. I don't know. It's just not looking good.
She got I'll say again. She got a bad team. She needs a better team. She needs a better team. Somebody's got to be able to reel you in, even if you are that talented, reel you in and say, we need to switch some things up. She needs a better team.
Listen, I still got jokes. I don't. To me, it's just sports. It's not that serious. And I'm gonna troll you. You talked it. You lost. And all it is jokes. That's all it is.
Absolutely.
That's it. So
I want her to be successful. She has talent. She's young. She has some more years to go. But
Hey,
it,
I'll say this: track is one sport where you can get old real quick,
very fast. Shout out to Shelly Ann Fraser Price though.
Yeah,
34. She just ran a 1060 today. She beat Elaine Thompson too.
wow.
Hey, man, Elaine. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something about your Jamaican runners. Elaine Thompson only runs fast in Olympic years, and then she goes about 3 or 4 more years and just kind of,
She had injuries.
Huh?
She had injuries, Achilles.
Elaine Thompson runs fast during Olympic years. I'm telling you, it would not surprise me.
Last year was supposed to be the Olympic year, and she was hurt. She's just not getting healthy. And you see what can happen when Elaine Thompson Hurrah is healthy.
She a beast.
10.54. Only
Second fastest of all time.
Dojo. That's like literally a step. Half a step. Maybe even a lean. I don't even think she's 10.54. Understand? She gonna get close. She gonna get close. If she don't get injured. That's been her problem, man. You say only Olympic years, but when she's healthy, she can't. She's pretty much unstoppable, man. Like even today, the weather conditions, it was cool, real windy, not the ideal setup. So, and Shelly Ann has that start. You know what I'm saying? And this time she just didn't slow down because Elaine was walking her down, but she ran out of time.
Yeah.
So, but either way it goes, Jamaica still was 1, 2, 3. Sharika came in third again.
What place were they again?
That's 3 in a row.
1, 2, 3.
Olympics, Prefontaine, Lausanne, or however you say that city in Switzerland.
We're on to the World Championships next year. We're on to the World Championship.
If Elaine can stay healthy, Elaine can get her first World Championship title if she can stay healthy. Because no one else is going to see her.
We're on to the World Championships.
Who's we? Who you got? Shikari?
Huh?
Is Shikari going to run again this year? Is she done? I'm not done.
I don't think she's.
I'm not done.
You heard what she said? Talk. Hey. She was talking to you. Talk all you want.
I'm not done.
Listen, you know what I can do.
Listen, y'all didn't see the press conference when she came to the Prefontaine pre-race post conference, acting like David Ruffin. I was like, yo. She don't realize this is the meet right after the Olympics, and all the medalists are here. You think they here just to be here? They here for you.
Yeah.
Because everyone's saying, well, if Shikari would have run, it would have been different. They pulled up to face you. You playing.
There was only one person that was from this Olympic year that disappointed me. That was Dina Asher Smith.
Why? She was hurt.
She was she?
Yeah. She even pulled out.
Okay.
Yeah, she only did the 4x100.
I was wondering what happened to her.
Yeah, her hamstring.
Okay.
So, yeah, she would have been a factor in that 200 meters. She would have been in the middle. No doubt. She would have been in the middle. Now, 100, she ain't fast enough. Nah. Now, I know we're doing all super track talk. I know y'all ain't.
You good.
Poor Shikari.
Ashley Smith,
I'm listening.
She just got hurt though. She just got hurt. The most disappointing Olympic athlete from my perspective was Sharika Jackson. She didn't even make the final in the 200 because you know how you run in the preheats or in the heats to qualify, and you kind of slow up to kind of show off a little bit. Like, I ain't even ran my fastest. She slowed up and let another woman pass her, and then she didn't.
You know what? I'll say
bad.
this, man. I'll say this. I think she did better than I thought. Remember, she's coming down from 4. I mean, with her actually getting silver in the 100, I'm thinking like, well, dang, I guess
she got bronze in the 100. Shelly Ann got the silver.
I thought Shelly Ann got. All right, I must have got him. I got a member.
Shelly, Sharika. But Sharika, no one expected Sharika. Well, people were proud of Sharika's bronze, but 200 meters, she had a chance to come in second because you weren't beating Elaine Thompson, but she had a chance to get a silver medal and she gave it away when she
girl. What country is that sister from, the 19-year-old girl who came in second in the 200? Because Gabby Thomas got third.
Namibia.
Yeah, man.
Now her problem is they might disqualify her going forward because of her testosterone levels. Her energy, man.
Trash.
Matter of fact, that's why they couldn't run the 400. They suspended them from the 400.
Trash.
They could only do the 200.
Trash.
Now I'm not gonna lie. No, we on national. Never mind.
Yeah. Let it go.
I just I try to keep it $1.50 with everybody. Like I'm being honest. I saw some things and I'm like, listen, but I'm gonna let that go. I'm not gonna say nothing.
Hey man, don't pull a tan, man, when you get thrown up out of here.
I can't believe it, man. Listen, I've had a couple conversations with Tan. I promise you, I didn't even.
Those are my high school years.
No, ones be the ones that are
right
high ones.
Feel it.
They be the ones. You know?
Yeah, man. I didn't even know it. No, I wouldn't talk trash to you like that. I actually like it. So I wouldn't.
Yes, you would. Hey, come on now, man.
I only talk now if provoked. If you provoke me though, it's showtime. Let's work. You a bum.
What's provoke? What's provocation? Come on,
I don't even know what provoke is. I don't know. I can't call it right now, but don't do it. Don't do it. Because listen, you're gonna remember. Even when the game's over, you're gonna remember what I said. That's it. And I'm not even elaborate. I don't have no sophisticated trash talk. It'd be real basic. You a bum. That's it. You can't play.
Do you say things to your friends that is like across the line? Like, do you go outside of the bounds of what the game is and friendship and all that?
So growing up, that's what happens.
Yeah.
Like if your mom's is a drunk, that's gonna come.
Yeah, that's coming. Yeah,
your mom's a drunk. All that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
so crossing the line that was a regular. That's what I'm saying. It can go. This is nothing. This is light.
Nah,
a
man.
whole other level with it. Now, me personally, I don't need to do that because
as an adult, you know what I'm saying.
Nah, you know
level
what?
1 to 10, I go to level 6 and take care of you. Really,
man. That's soft, man. That's soft. You talking about pulling Kevin Garnett's?
Yeah, I ain't gonna do that. Cheerio, I ain't gonna do that.
That's a little soft right there, man.
I can just I'll look at your jump shot mechanics and that'll tell me all I need.
Like I say like this. I never take it to the personal level.
Yeah, don't unless you're ready to fight.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
Unless you're ready, and hopefully you've done that homework. You've looked at them.
Oh look, you smiling. You taking it personal?
Yeah, like
not at all.
Nah, she's chilling. She's chilling.
You ain't taking it personal. Oh yeah, you taking it personal.
That was high school. I have grown.
I don't know, Tam. I think I can get you a little bit if I turn it up. I'm not going to, but I think
I've matured since then.
Think so?
Don't try.
See.
Nah, look, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with talking trash. Just don't be a front runner when you talk. Like if you're talking at the beginning of the game and you talk to the end, that's cool. Don't talk when you up by 10 with a minute to go.
Yeah.
At that point, nah, you fake.
Listen, I really start talking when I'm losing. Oh yeah. I gotta break up.
That's all you got. All you guys are talking.
Yes, you gotta break up this momentum, man. I know.
Your mom smoked crack earlier.
But then you get quiet and then like real offensive or offended like towards the end. It's like, no, keep that same energy.
Keep that same energy.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
I'm trying to think. Y'all triggered something just now. What were we saying? Okay, if I'm losing, no. I was gonna say, have y'all ever been? Before we get to that, have y'all ever matched up with somebody? Because all those hoop before. So you ever match up with that person? You could just tell by their movements
Yeah,
them boys nice. Like
yeah.
they real nice, but I can't let them know that I'm a little shook by it. Like, hold on. I remember this one dude that's such a quick first step. Like I could tell I can do nothing with it. Like I wasn't even D'ing him yet. He made this one move. We playing half court now. This ain't even full court. We playing half court. He made this one move and he dunks the ball. Like I was like, in my head, I'm like, yo, son, I can't deal with this dude, but I can't let him know that.
Yeah.
I can't remember how my approach was, but I think it was something like I'm not gonna provoke him. I'm just gonna kind of be like, I think I'm going off the angle of you a ball hog or something.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's what I did.
Give it up. Man,
So if you insecure and you want to prove that like you're a team player or whatever,
Yeah.
so he gave it up. He ain't really trying to eat me up like that. So I was like, and we won the game. So I feel like I beat him. Like now 1-on-1, this kid will probably kill me. Like he was nice.
So I know what I've done. If I match up with somebody who I already know, I'm like, man, this is gonna be a problem. I get physical.
Yes, you do, Chris.
Yeah, you know, I know you
hack.
You got. Hey, I'm gonna make you feel it to the point where it's just like, you know what? Yeah, you probably are a little bit mad that you probably do want to fight me. But yeah, that's because I already know. Like,
so let's talk about that. Do y'all hack?
I
mean, go ahead.
But it's now Chris don't count. He from Charleston. He hacked. That's it. You getting fouled. It's happening.
I play solid defense, and I'm always going for the ball. Unless it's like point game and you get a breakaway, I'm going to foul you. You know what I'm saying?
Look here, bro.
I play
straight like this. I'm 90s basketball, bro. The basketball they play right about now. Oh, no hand check, no touch, freedom of movement. Man, forget all that.
That's fact.
Yo, you gonna feel me, especially if I know that you good. Nah, you're going to have to feel me.
Tam, you don't be fouling?
No, I done fouled out a couple games.
But I'm talking about intentional hack. Street.
That's where some of the fights have started. Like, you got to get her out of here. Yeah,
Tam is wild, boy. I didn't know, man.
You know what? I don't know how it was down here, but in Detroit, girls basketball or in the state of Michigan was like huge.
Yeah, they were.
We would like sell out. Well, like the arenas would be packed. I mean, comes like cities and states. Like people came.
Yeah.
Guys basketball was okay, but girls it was serious. So yeah. He took them wins and losses real serious.
Yeah,
I can tell.
I'm about to say, come on, Marifa.
You
already know. Hold up. How you gonna play soft against Burke, Stahl? Yeah. I mean, you can play soft against Wando. That's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, them boys, man.
Nah,
it was different, man. And then basketball players really didn't get that respect like that either, right? Like you had Burke. Like you mentioned Burke. And what, North Charleston? That was pretty much.
That's it.
Everyone else was a football school. So you on the court.
Georgetown. They because that's when they had Herbley and Big George. Yeah. They but nah. If
football dominated.
Facts.
Football dominated. I mean, basketball.
Oh, well, I even say in the state of South Carolina, the top sports were football, spring football. Track because it was conditioning for football.
Right. Yeah, you had to run track, right?
Yeah. And then basketball.
That's how it worked, man. Like, I don't know how Detroit did it. It sounded like hooping was the.
I mean, football, like for girls sports, like basketball was big. So whether it was state or city, state, and AAU, like all of that was dominant. Like football was still big. But for us, yeah, it was huge. So we took it real serious.
AAU ball was such a huge deal. I didn't even play AAU ball. Playing AAU ball was like huge for people. Like you were real nice if you played AAU.
Yeah. Well, now, if you play AAU, that just means your parents got a real nice bank account because they got to pay for them uniforms, the shoes.
I hated AAU. I'm talking about when my son played. I hated it.
Baseball is even more expensive and more time consuming. Baseball, that shit.
I heard
Next
that.
level. Next level. My kid played 2 years. He didn't like it, but we kept him in it for like 2 years, and that was like a lot of money, a lot of traveling and time investment. So yeah.
I don't even know when that happened. Well, back when we played, I'm not talking about AAU. But back when we played, even if you wanted to play rec, whatever you wanted to do, you could. It didn't cost hardly anything. Like it was you wouldn't even think about money like that for the not like the prices that I've been hearing.
Yo, did you ever play midnight basketball?
Of course.
Midnight basketball downtown.
Woo.
Yo,
I remember the game. We came back. We were down by 15 at halftime, and we still lost by like 2.
Then that
comeback was epic.
Back home, they had midnight basketball, and games would actually be on TV.
Yeah, it was serious. It was serious. It was serious. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Midnight basketball is the word. I'm trying to tell you.
I know a bunch of girls who came out of Cass Tech in Detroit.
Yeah.
What happened?
That's you?
No, they're our rival school. I went to King.
Okay, yeah, because I know a lot of folks who went to
trash because King always won. So
it's coming out.
Oh, did you got thrown out that game?
Well, no, I'm just saying.
What position did you play, Tam?
My school, King, like we will win either cities each year. We've got at least about 4 or 5 state championships. So it was serious. It was very serious.
What was your position?
I was a small center.
Look at this.
Oh,
look at this.
That's where the physicality was. That's where the physicality was.
How tall are you, Tam?
I'm only 5'7".
That's still decent.
I would be more of a forward, but I was center. I was big.
She ain't playing with y'all, man. She ain't playing.
Yeah, man. You know what? I can't say too much. 6'1", 6'2" in South Carolina, you was a center.
Yeah, right. Yes. They always had us down there, man. We even though we had a little bit of handle. I had a little bit of handle on me now. A little bit. Still do a little bit.
Man, I went from point guard to center in one summer when I grew 5 inches. Like you over in the post.
Chris, where else we gonna put you?
How tall are you?
You do all of that.
How tall are you, Chris?
I didn't start. What's that?
How tall are you?
6'2" and a half, 6'3".
Okay. Yeah. Dope.
But no, I didn't start. Hey, the only time I started. Okay, let me see, Marif, if you remember. All right, you know Courtney Brown, right?
Yeah.
First overall pick for the Cleveland Browns in the NFL.
Right.
6'5", 250. What am I supposed to do with that?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All of them. Get. Listen, I'm fouling out too. Let's work.
Yeah.
I remember getting. I used to get Anthony Morrow used to come to Victory, and so of course I'm a DM up. Everyone else scared. Let's go to work. I stripped him twice. Now let me just tell you, I stripped him twice, but he proceeded to hit like 14 in a row on me.
Well, so the question: were you talking?
Of course. Oh, he hated it. Now, of course, I didn't do direct talk. I do indirect with him. So like he had me in the post. He has I'm about to. My arms are longer than what you think. So I'm about to poke. As soon as you try to, it's like when people get the ball in the post, they naturally want to do that first dribble.
Yeah.
Can't help it. I know what's coming.
Yeah.
So I tell my teammate, yo, get ready. He put the ball in. Yo. We went down fast too. Boom. Yo. He said ball. When he said ball, I already knew.
Yeah, it's a wrap. Vengeance will be his. You know what I'm saying?
He pulled 3 feet behind 3-point line, staring at me. Like, yo. But I felt so good that I had him mad. Again, see, Tab, that's what it is. If you get mad, he proceeded to score like he probably. It was pickup, but in real life it would have been like he put 50 on me. But it didn't matter. Those 2 steals in a row, it was twice in a row. Like the first time I stripped him in the post, he got mad. He thought it was a fluke. So he was like, come down again. And like I said, it's like you can't help it. You get the ball in the post, you do that little dribble. You can't help it. I just poked it again. Oh man.
So
no more post.
But in effect though, you pull a Sha'Carri. He dropped. You was talking trash, but you got
talking trash. He an NBA player. What I'm gonna do with that?
I'm about to go eat. Haven't eaten anything all day.
Oh, I feel you, Vig. I'm eating right now, as a matter of fact.
That look good. What is that? Sushi?
Sushis.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Peace
man.
and love to everybody. Fantastic dialogue, conversation.
Good one. Good
Yeah,
night.
man.
Absolutely.
All right, Troy.
We're gonna get off soon too, but I think I got one more. I'm gonna see how they handle this milk crate challenge if they want to talk about it.
Man,
Peace.
But I'm still all right, Vig. I'm still laughing at Tam though, Chris. That she I never would have guessed it, man. She's all smooth and professional.
Dude, it's the fire's still in her though. Because when I mentioned Cass Tech, she was like, "What?
What?
Like, where my shoe? Where my?"
He lit up. I don't know. It was like that. Word. What's the biggest loss y'all took, Tam? Like, were y'all ever blown out? A tough loss, or better yet, what's the most embarrassing loss y'all had?
We've never got blown out. We just lost state maybe a couple times, but that's about it. Like when I say basketball is just that legendary in the city and the state, you got to look it up.
Hold up, but you saying that didn't hurt though?
It did hurt, but I'm saying we've never just gotten like blown out of the game or anything like that. I mean, we've gone to states quite a few times, gone to city like multiple. So, but it was never just like a blowout. You just lost. You lost it.
I'll tell you this right now. I would probably rather get blown out than lose a close game.
Word?
Well, and I'll tell you why. If I get blown out, you know what? We were meant to lose. A close game?
Remember the white boys?
The Bonnies beat us by 30 some odd points.
3 ball. Tam, I'm not exaggerating. It's not. We ain't bums now. Like I ain't no bum. I'm telling you, I'm not. I was hitting threes. I dropped like 30 something myself. But we lost. We lost by like 40. Listen,
we did.
They shot a three before Steph Curry was doing all of that. I promise you, these white boys were just coming down the court 5 feet out from the 3-point line, just pulling. You're not a believer back then, right? You're like, man, go ahead and shoot. Just,
they were floor spacing before they was floor spacing.
I'm trying to tell you.
We couldn't get blown out because it's the reputation between our coach and the teams, like the multiple teams that he's had. To get blown out, that was just.
They sound like that dude in Great Falls.
I say no. It's unacceptable for the level of talent that came out of the school.
I believe that.
It had to be a close game.
I believe that. But Chris said he'd rather be blown out and lose a close game. And a blowout is embarrassing,
dude. I'm gonna tell you, but
you remember how we felt? Do you remember how we felt when them white boys smashed us like that?
Yes, I do. But you know what? You know what I'll say? By the third quarter, the realization had already sunk in. Like, this is not our night. We'll have to wait till the playoffs.
Damn, I was feeling it too. I was feeling it. I tell you, I had like 35. I was feeling it. It didn't matter. No one cared. It don't matter. They killing us. They don't miss. I couldn't understand it. I remember after the game, Chris, I can't remember exactly what we did. I remember us just sitting there like how? How did they hit that many threes? How many threes do you think they took that night? About 25, 30?
30 at least. 30 at least.
Oh,
at least
Tam,
30.
I promise you.
At least 30. At least 30.
Tam, remember now, this is before all that. Ain't no Steph Curry, none of that. This is no one does that. Oh man.
No. And what he's saying is true. This is when everybody would still be like, all right, we're gonna work through the post. You might have one dude who can hit threes.
Right.
Nah, these dudes said we're gonna go 4 around, 1 in the post.
I'm telling you, they pull it. And you're like, of course, now you're like, go ahead and shoot. Like you way out here. Back up. You're like, all right, that's just one, right? We ain't moved because of one. Another one. And we all three of us know when there's a certain type of a shot mechanic that you see, you know this person can light it up. Right? Mm-hmm. Oh. It's
It
like
sound
all
like
of them had that.
playing us. Jeez.
So what now?
It sounded like y'all was playing us.
Oh,
Y'all, I'm telling you, y'all weren't shooting like that back in the day, man.
Ted, you can hit threes?
I can't. No. I'm
No?
not speaking of no. I'm just
okay.
saying it sounds like y'all was playing the King Crusader.
But you know what? I'll say this though.
We
They
might have.
did it to everybody.
Yeah,
And
they
so-
did it to everybody.
So I mean, it wasn't like we went into that game not knowing what their game plan is.
Yeah.
It was just like they're not gonna do that to us.
Now the second time we played them, I thought we still lost, but I thought we played better.
We did.
We played better. We know, but we still couldn't match them. I think only me and
Omar
could hit threes like that. Everybody else, and they just had too many people who can do it. We can't.
Hey,
couldn't keep up.
Hey, about to say, hey, my stat was to lead the league in rebounds.
Right. And you remember? Okay, Tam, you know about this because you played center. You know how? Remember, this is back then. When you're running back on defense, for the most part, you probably going to the paint.
Yeah.
Right? You just
I'm lost.
I'm lost. Pulling up.
Pulling up.
They don't go to the paint. They pulling. Oh man, it was.
Yo. So I mean, and so I will tell you, like in this league, our whole thought process was like, I'm like, man, I'm good for this. I rebound the ball. All I got to do is get it out to one of my guards, and they run. I'm feeling good because I'm having like 17 boards a game.
Yeah.
My point 10 points here and there, but I'm just starting to break. Half the time I don't even got to cross half court. I'm good.
Right.
I'm getting down in the post in those games.
I mean,
I'm just taking the ball out of bounds. All right.
How long ago was that, Chris? For us, that was like almost 15 years ago.
Lord have mercy, bro.
And we still got trauma.
That's what I said. I remember.
No joke, man.
I remember the losses stick with me. And because in fact, I will tell you this: if you ask me all the teams we beat, I can't remember those games, but I can remember. I can remember 3-ball.
Yep.
And I remember those white boys because they kicked our behinds. I remember that badly.
Yeah. I mean, we won most of our games. Not against them, though.
Not that. No.
And listen, Tam, just to really seal it, boy, they had one white boy who didn't shoot threes, but old boy could dunk and he could jump.
Yeah. Hold on. Hey. I'll tell you right now. I was this close.
Like out in the country somewhere, like God.
No. Hey, I was this close. In fact, if they had social media back then, I might have had to move back down to Charleston or someplace else or something because I was this close to being on somebody's poster.
I'm trying to tell you.
This dude came down the lane, was about to hit the windmill on me, and I'm like,
white boy. Trying to tell you. Listen, go ahead.
I said I could either get this poster,
right?
B, try to see if I can get out the picture real quick, or C, put him on the ground. So I'll let you go ahead and figure out which one I took.
Just trying to tell you.
I hope you went with C.
Absolutely.
When we discovered he had hops. Matter of fact, I was in position to rebound. I didn't even bother to box him out because I'm like, I mean, white boys can shoot, but you ain't gonna out jump me. Yo, before I can even react, my man rose. He caught the ball with 2 hands.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I said yeah.
Hold up, yeah, yo,
man,
this dude was doing reverses in the game.
Oh my God.
I'm pretty sure Talisha was at the game too, right? Like I brought Talisha to the spot. I didn't even look at the crowd. Like I can't. Like this is embarrassing. Oh man,
that is literally the only time in life I almost got dunked on, and I just remember I was just like, nah, not today. I'm sorry, bro. I'm gonna have to put you down on this one. I know you got your newborn baby over there and your wife, but but it's not gonna be me today.
Like, come on, man. We couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe it, Tom. We ain't even exaggerating. I promise you. Man, they were not
teams like that a little bit in AAU, but nah.
Look at Tam. She's like, y'all just Y'all just gotta get your game.
You know what? We could describe what that team was like, man, for forever. But so you actually see them play, you actually would be like, what the hell are they doing?
I've never seen to this day, I've never seen any white boys as good as them. I've never seen it. Never seen it. They're like an anomaly. I don't even know where they at. Maybe it was a figment of our imagination or something. I don't know. But I promise you, I've never seen a white boy with hops like that ever again. I've never seen it. It was like they were like a myth. I promise you. Am I lying, Chris? Have you ever seen any white boy
never do
play like that since?
And I will tell you, we were hyped going into that game too. We were hyped. It wasn't like one of those games where it's gonna be like, oh, you know what? We think we can do this. We were hyped. We were like, they don't know what they about to run into because they were undefeated. They were undefeated.
Y'all know what a stat game is? Y'all know what a stat game is, right? You know what that is, Tam. Y'all playing a team. You know you about to get like 20 boys this game. Like, this easy work. I think we kind of felt like that. Like, it was about to be a stat game. Like, yo, I might put up 50 tonight. Like, who on this squad can check me? Please.
And they just sitting back waiting, like, okay.
Just waiting. Oh, man.
No, and that's the thing. They came on the court like calm. Like,
that didn't look like much.
Like, this was not a special game to them. Like, this is just this is what we do. And they did.
It's almost like we were the last ones to know. Maybe everyone else knew, but we just didn't know. It was bad. It was bad. So see, that's what I'm saying. I'd rather lose a close game than get blown out. Getting blown out is just like, oh man.
Like we did something, we gave them a run for that.
So the question is, you'd rather lose on a last second shot?
I've lost on a lot.
It hurts, but I'm not trying to get blown out. Again, to me, it's less about their talent and it's something lacking on us. I'm not trying to get blown out.
You know,
blown out exposes a lot of. Listen, look at how. Listen, you've lost at the buzzer before, Chris. But look how we feel against, when we're close to it, a close game. Look how we felt after we got blown out by them. Look how we felt. You remember that?
I do. But I
don't want that, man. I'm good. Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, that's the only time I've been blown out like that. Yeah, that's it. I ain't never.
I can say that.
We ain't never been blown out like that.
That is the only time. And I just, you know what? I do remember us just sitting there like. I remember actually looking at the scoreboard and like, is that right?
I remember physically feeling like ain't nothing we can do, Tam. Like ain't nothing we can do. Like, no disrespect to our teammates, but some of our teammates, weren't the best.
You know what? I can't say that, dude, because here's what I say. This is what I say now. When we were winning, everybody was like, all right, man, the role, everybody's playing their role, everybody's doing what they need to do. But when we lost that game right there, it was just like,
I didn't handle it too well, I don't think. I don't, especially I'm a scorer, so I probably have like the diva attitude and all that. So I'm pretty sure I wasn't the most. I didn't respect the glue person anymore.
But here's what I say on this. It was an easy math lesson.
You were good.
Easy math lesson. 3 beats 2 every time.
Every time. They did the math on that, Tam. I promise you, they did the math.
3 beats 2 every time.
Golden State owes them. They probably saw. Listen, the executives probably saw them play, and we're like, we're gonna take that. We're gonna take that. We're gonna get the personnel. We're gonna emulate what they did. I promise you.
I would like to think this.
Exaggerating, man. Damn, I'm telling you, the cross half court blowing up.
You know what?
Huh?
I
see y'all still feeling it. You trying?
Look, the only solace I could take in that is maybe there was some young little brother in there that was in that gym that day that said, damn, I got to learn how to shoot. And now he's using that today. Going,
I did step up my game a little more though. Like I was trying to kill.
Man, your game was fine. Unless you was gonna make it about another 33s.
You're right. Ain't nothing I could have done, man.
Hey man, yeah, we was.
Ain't nothing I could have done.
It wasn't gonna happen, man. 3
because they weren't missing. I think that's the part that we were more demoralized about. It's not like, all right, you might hit a couple, but you're gonna have your times where you're gonna miss. They didn't miss.
And the thing is, old buddy, like when he says Golden State, this dude was not getting to the 3-point line. You know, he wasn't like setting up for a shot. No, he'd be about good 4 or 5 feet out, and he's pulling up.
Oh man, listen.
I'm depressed.
Listen,
I gotta go to sleep now.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that no more. Listen, but overall, though, Tam, we were balling, we were hooping.
We were
on our level. You know what I'm saying? We ain't no superstars or nothing like that. But
we ain't get thrown out the game.
We ain't get. I only got thrown out the game one time. Tam over here got like 9.
I got a couple.
She Dennis Rodman over here.
Hey man, it's Detroit, man. It's that city league.
Boys, that was my,
See,
that's my era growing up.
See, she Detroit.
So all right. So she understands. Sometimes you gotta let them feel you.
Mm-hmm.
Tam was. That's why I don't know why she's trying to be. She's trying to say she don't hack. No, I foul sometimes. No, that's not what we mean. That's not what we mean. You giving elbows. You putting people on the floor. Tell the truth.
No, not like that. I wasn't hurt nobody. At least I didn't think. But yeah, I think
she saw that. She goes like this. I ain't hurt nobody.
Hey man, look, that's another conversation for another day, man. But I'll say right now, basketball right now is soft. Like when I hear people say that James Harden would have scored 40 or 50 points in the 90s, I'm like, all right, you don't know what you're talking about. No,
I'm not a James Harden fan at all. I'm not. Tam, I don't know what you got on today's NBA, but
I mean, this well, not even on that. Just the whole, super teams and all that type of stuff. It's just not what it used to be. I'm good.
You don't like super
teams? But
you don't like super teams?
No.
How you mean? I bet you consider your team a super team
to the end.
What happened?
I want you to ride with your losing team until the end.
Oh.
Hold up.
You're not linking up. No.
Hold up. Hey, man,
you with your team for 15 years and then you getting traded that last year to try to run for a ring.
You don't like that?
Not at all.
Really? What if? All right, let's say I'm not vet. I gave my whole. And listen, we all know how GMs go. Some GMs ain't worth nothing, right? And my GM. What if I had a GM like that? And I'm finally like, listen, I gave y'all 12, 13 years. My contract is up. Let me do something different.
I'm thinking the last year the Pistons won. So what was that? 2004, right? Where you had everybody running to the Lakers. So you had who was that?
Yeah.
Karl Malone,
on Gary Payton.
Karl Malone, everybody going there and still losing. If you ain't make it with your 15, 20 years with your team, just leave the Lakers.
You know what? I see.
But Malone and Payton lost to Michael Jordan.
So look, she's saying you got to Dame Lillard it out, bro. You got to be Dame Lillard.
I mean, that's just me. I
know Dame Lillard. He might leave. Y'all mean like Reggie Miller?
I'm not jumping from team to team. If I can't make this ring work by my talent and who they bring in,
so
are we saying even with a bad GM? Even with a bad GM?
I would consider a bad GM and team, possibly. I mean, the dynamics of the front end or the front office, maybe. But I'm not linking up with my rivals to get a ring.
Oh, no. Not your rival. No. Not LeBron.
I like the first one.
Hold up, man. Everybody say LeBron. What about KD?
Yeah, him too. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Now, in Kevin Durant's defense, all of them flew to go get him. So Curry, Klay Thompson, Iguodala, Draymond Green flew, and Steve Kerr flew to Kevin Durant's house to recruit him. I mean, it ain't like he went there; they came to him.
Okay, but to your point though, LeBron had a bum GM. LeBron had a bum GM.
He did. See, that's why
Okay.
And in some cases, I kind of get it a little bit. Kevin Garnett doesn't go to Boston. This man don't get nothing. And Minnesota didn't. Come on, man. Like, but I get what Tam's saying. Like, don't like try to stack a team. You know what I'm saying? And
be strategic. I'm cool with that, but like, just we doing these side deals where we all gonna come together. Come on, where is the competition? I mean, you're not gonna see that back in the 90s, early 200s or 2000s.
I'm with it. Now, let me also say that Detroit, I was a Spurs fan, so I just want to rub in the fact that in 2005, after y'all beat the Lakers, y'all ran into San Antonio and we put that work on you. Steve Kerr, whack him. Robert Ory, whack him. And then, we beat y'all in 6. That time to double team Tim Duncan, like, what happened? You care. you care. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Larry Brown couldn't get it done that time. Y'all, you care. What? I remember. Huh?
But in all fairness, since I hate the Lakers, thank you for the 2004 Pistons.
Oh, you're welcome.
I was very happy with that outcome.
Y'all didn't win it, though. The Lakers lost.
Huh?
Y'all didn't win it. The Lakers lost because of Kobe Bryant.
That second game was an anomaly. Other than that, we were good.
That's because Kobe just wouldn't give it to Shaq every time. That's all he had to do. Y'all couldn't handle Shaq at all. But Kobe wanted to be a hero, and the rest is history. I don't know why they did that. I don't know why. I don't understand it, man. R.I.P. Kobe Bryant.
EGO, bro. EGO.
What is EG? Oh, yeah. I feel you. Detroit. So what? Listen, y'all still messed up. You didn't get Carmelo Anthony. I'm not gonna rag on that too hard right now. I'm gonna wait for another time, Tam. But Detroit got some. Y'all got some questions.
We had issue. I mean, it ain't just the Pistons. So I mean, just the whole city in our sports teams. I'm not I'm not happy of from the Lions on, but
right. Real quick.
But I ride for him though. I'm a ride for him regardless.
I was gonna ask you just real quick. Why did you go from Detroit to the South?
For the job. I was a engineer with GM.
Okay.
And I got tired of being in the automotive industry, and I found something similar, and it was like either go to Fort Jackson or go to Fort Benning. And I'm like, Columbus, Georgia, I don't think so.
Oh, hold up now. That's where I was born at. I was born in Fort Benning.
Listen, so it was this.
Martin, hey.
Nothing against Columbus. I'm thinking Columbia. I got Charlotte. I got Atlanta. I got Charleston. Columbus.
All day.
I got Atlanta, maybe.
Ain't much in Georgia.
It was the price.
Georgia, ain't much in there.
Yeah, there's plenty in Georgia.
No, they ain't. Take away Atlanta, what we got?
You got Savannah.
Nah.
That's a drive. That's still a drive.
You got Columbus.
Nah, don't say Augustus. I mean, don't do this. You take away Atlanta, Georgia ain't talking about nothing.
Hey, that's my family, baby. That's family. You gotta leave my people alone.
Yo, does Georgia mess with us like that? I don't know.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm saying? Like, I know we rock with North Carolina, Carolinas all day, right? I don't know if we rock with Georgia like that.
Yeah,
I mean, vice versa. Does Georgia rock with us like that? Does Georgia rock with South Carolina like that? I don't know.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you this. I'll tell you this. More so South Carolina than North Carolina, definitely. Absolutely. Because
really?
I'll tell you, dude. There's so much. I don't know anybody in South Carolina that doesn't have a lot of family in Georgia.
That doesn't have a lot.
That doesn't. I don't.
But what I'm saying is, does Georgia rock with? I'm saying I acknowledge that South Carolina rocks with Georgia, but I don't think Georgia like is the same. It's not mutual love.
Yeah, it's mutual love. It's mutual. It is. It's mutual.
You think so?
I think so.
I think they be having jokes.
Nah.
North Carolina too.
I can.
Say what now, Tan?
I can see that them having jokes.
Yeah, man.
Nah, I will tell you. I will tell you who Georgia does not rock with. Florida.
Yeah, but
that's it. That's because it's like a rival.
But who rocks with Florida? Florida.
Cuba.
Florida's the most overrated state of all time.
Cuba, Puerto Rico.
That's it. Jamaica. But listen, Florida,
Haiti.
You'll go to Florida, take away Miami and Tampa Bay, right? You go to Florida and you be like, yo, it's about to be I'm about to be on point. I'm about to say lit like the young people. I'm about to be on point. Man, you get there, you so disappointed. Like, this is Florida. Like, I can go to Myrtle. Like, remember Jacksonville and that little down that way, Cocoa Beach. That's Myrtle Beach, man. What we doing? What we doing? There's no difference. What we doing? Florida? I don't know why Florida be arrogant.
You take South Florida out.
Yeah, like
Tampa's cool. Tampa's cool.
That's what I'm saying. Take away Tampa, take away Miami. That's
Orlando overrated.
Orlando, yeah.
Overrated. Jacksonville, I feel you, overrated.
Like Jacksonville's like, come on, son. Like,
Tallahassee, straight hood.
Yeah, that's FAMU, Florida State, and that.
But I've had many a good in my younger days. I had many a good time.
We ain't talking about that, Chris. We ain't talking about that.
Had many a good time in Tallahassee, but
you know what I'm saying? Florida though, yeah. But just I don't think Georgia. I don't think they rock with us like that. I don't think so.
Georgia will rock with South Carolina. They got them.
I think Georgia and North Carolina gets a little bit of the uppity attitude towards us, man. I feel it sometimes. I be like,
but you know what? I'll tell you this. When I remember when I first moved to Charlotte, I remember calling my mom and saying, "Yo, they think like these country bammers think we real country."
Trying to tell you,
and she was like, "What?" And she's like, I said, "Nah, mom, it's a little bit more country than you think it is up here."
In Charlotte?
In Charlotte.
Yo, Charlotte is different, man. They're not. See, I don't want to get.
Hey,
listen. I don't even know how to want to word it, boy. But Chucktown, I'm not impressed. I just ain't.
You know what? I feel that way about really any major city. Because even if I go back home, like between Detroit, Cleveland, and Chicago, we was country too. Like it's just I don't know. Once you start getting used to the city, it's like
you know what?
It's okay.
Detroit gets respect though, right? Like Detroit gets props, right?
I got mad family in Detroit, but Chicago.
Yeah, be cool. But I'm just saying, you be there. You I guess when you just there, you born there. It's like it's cool, but we got our places too.
But you know something though. I was disappointed visiting Chicago. I thought Chicago had a lot more to offer, and then I'm like, yo,
downtown, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the touristy places to go. Then you just got your regular hoods and neighborhoods. It to me is what you make it. So
yeah, I've only been to Chicago like once, and I didn't even leave the airport, so I can't even count it.
I mean, I like it. Chicago's not bad.
You go down to the Navy Pier.
That's it. I feel like Detroit.
Detroit gets respect though. It's stuff to do.
Food's okay. I guess.
You talking about Chicago?
Yeah.
Chicago people. They uppity too with it though.
Yeah.
I'm from Chirac. Like, all right.
So I mean, like I said, when I would step out back in the day, I can't. You can only do so many line dances, and I'm like, well, down south we actually dance with the females. We don't dance in lines all day long. Like,
yes, y'all do.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I got you, but yeah, it was just a little like let's say.
Tam, y'all be line dancing in Michigan?
See, we call it hustles.
Yes.
It's the same thing, but no, seriously. When I came down here, and I'm like, oh, they doing hustles. They're like, hustles, what you talking about? We line dancing. Okay. Hustle line dancing.
Marie, okay, for us, we'll line dance.
That's all we do.
Down here, we'll line dance for like 2 songs.
Oh yeah, we gonna line dance.
Hold up. In Chicago, in the Midwest, they'll line dance for 2 hours.
Okay, now I ain't gonna lie to you, Chris. We've been going to the A&T homecoming for like 5 years now.
G-Ho.
Shout out to G-Ho. Listen, at that one hotel, they line dance for 3 hours straight, boy. I'm trying to tell you.
And see, I'd be right in the middle of it. I love it.
See? They got routines. They got the whole thing. Like it's not a game. Promise you, it's not a game. I don't know.
Man, I'm about to, man, I can't do a ghetto hokey pokey for 2.5 hours straight.
Matter of fact, I think on my old phone, I still got because I was impressed. Like, yo, it's like it's been how long? They still going. I was recording. Like, and when I say they rehearse, like they live for this moment. Like,
well, and they got them down south here too, like the line dancing clubs. Again, like in Detroit, they call hustles. But yeah, it be whole routines.
Line dancing clubs.
Yeah, here as well as up there. So like, yeah.
Y'all got that in Columbia? Mm-hmm. There's a line dancing club in Columbia.
They're line dancing clubs, plural with S.
Plural.
Oh, hold on. In other words, like groups that get together and line dance.
Yeah. So they'll find songs, they'll put routines together. Then when you go to the party, they're playing, they'll do them, or even they have like the line dancing competitions. It's big.
We gonna meet up with Tam, man. I want to see this. I want to see this.
No, I'm about to say it.
No.
See, I feel like this though. I don't mind like stepping because I actually think that's kind of classy, man. Once you get a little bit older and everything, boom, it's a nice little glide, nice little choreography to it.
Right.
But that line dancing.
I just do be goofy. It do, man. But they be into it. The ladies be into it. I'm telling you.
I sweated my hair out many a nights at a club just for line dancing.
See the truth. See the truth keep coming out.
Yeah.
She gets texting basketball games, line dancing till she sweats her hair out.
I like this Tam, man. I'm even more impressed. That's what I'm talking. The only thing that I'm like, come on, Tam, is I feel like I can still bait her with trash. That's my only thing. I'm like, no, Tam, come on. Don't let them troll you.
I will say I've had only 2 moments at my previous job, where they almost got me. That's all right.
Okay.
But I ain't had no more I ain't had no more problems out of them. So
hold on.
Worked out.
Is Tam a bully? You be bullying?
No.
She be bullying.
They meditated, sisters. They meditated.
Oh, we just gonna have understanding.
Tam, you a bully?
Let me do my work. Let me handle my business. You keep your name out my mouth, and I'll keep my hands off of you.
Here we go.
I had no more problems.
Tam be bullying. You be squaring up? Tam be squaring up on the job. Come on.
I give you one story, and it was almost like an out-of-body experience. So I heard that a coworker had something to say about my job or the things that I was doing. So as opposed to bringing it to me, they took it to upper level supervisor. So she just so happened to be in her office with another manager, and I just politely came in as they're working on the computer, and she was talking to him, and so I looked at him and I was like, "Excuse me," looked at her, and proceeded to ask her about what she said. And then we got into it. I'm like, you need to leave out of here so I could finish this conversation with her. We get into it. All I heard is my boss coming down the hallway. It's not that serious, Tamara. And then kept on walking out the door. I let her know, don't you ever talk about anything that I'm doing without bringing it to my attention first. And then we proceeded to leave out of there. It could have got physical.
Tamara, how close were you to her face?
She was sitting down. I was standing up.
Wow.
But she didn't answer the question either.
She was in the intimidation.
She was in the computer. I was standing up. But that's as far as it had to go. That's as far as it had to go.
Did you give a look like, don't hide behind your job? Because
all I said was, don't let this happen again.
Is that all you said?
With these hands. Don't. No, my fingers was just like this. Turn this way. Don't let it happen again.
Hold on. What was it, a sister?
You know not. You know what? Because we probably would have had this problem. It wouldn't have been a problem. Probably.
Oh man.
Right. Y'all wild out here.
I had no problems after that. So,
Okay.
like I said, I left all of that in high school. But every now and then, you know, sometimes it just comes up.
You left it in the D.
I did.
Oh, that's what he's saying though. He said it's still in there.
Still in there.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
I better see something just a little bit. It's in there, boy. Woo. Boy, listen, we come from trolling before it was even called trolling. If we see weakness, woo,
Yeah.
it gets rough, man.
Blood in the water.
Yeah,
Blood
man.
in the water.
I appreciate y'all joining.
Hey,
you
man.
know, we're gonna do this again. Tam, you definitely listen. Listen. I might text her on Saturday as I might just bait her like
Just out of nowhere.
out of nowhere, like, you know, you can't shoot, you know.
All right. Let me catch you on the street.
Can't see.
Hey, no. Just hit it with this like this, yo. Your Cass text said you was trash.
Oh, that'll get her.
Yeah, you gotta know what a rival is. You gotta know. Yeah, hey, I saw her get hyped when I said Cass Tech. So
See, weak spots. You can't let them see it. Can't let them see it.
Whatever.
Yeah, man. Hey, I appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all.
all right, man. Y'all get some rest now.
Thank you.
Peace.
Yeah, man. Next time. All right.
All right.